You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's August 11th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. As you notice, I am alone by myself. No Cindy today, actually. I won't have no Cindy for the next 6 weeks. Cindy is off out in BC, and she is there doing some education and training on more psychedelics therapy. So she will be busy for the next little while. Meanwhile, either I'll be doing the news by myself or one of the hosts here on the network will be filling in for Cindy and helping me with the news. Other than that, I still have 8 cannabis and psychedelic stories and articles with information that everybody could use. Everybody's always looking for new information in order to share with others. So we will be doing that in the process. So to get things started, we're going to head south. We're going to head down to the U.S. to see what's going on down there as far as when it comes to cannabis. At the federal level. And the first story comes to us from Marijuana Moment. Headline says Trump says he's going to look at marijuana as White House Chief of Staff receives rescheduling reports. President Donald Trump's administration is currently weighing whether to move forward with the marijuana rescheduling process initiated under the Biden administration, with the president recently telling donors that we need to look at the issue according to reports. That's something we're going to look at, Trump says, at a $1 million a plate fundraising dinner at his Bedminster, New Jersey club recently, according to the CNN and the Wall Street Journal. Now, the comments come as cannabis industry observers have waited for signals on whether the administration will follow through on the president's campaign pledge to reschedule cannabis. Now, TrueLive CEO Kim Rivers was in attendance at the dinner where Trump briefly discussed cannabis this month, and the White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson told CNN that all policy and legal requirements and implications are being considered when it comes to cannabis. The only interest guiding the president's policy decision is what is best interest of the American people, she says. Now, according to CNN, there is a dissent within the administration when it comes to cannabis, with some observers urging the president to take action on the popular campaign pledge, and others cautioning that the moral and legal ramifications of loosening cannabis restrictions could outweigh the potential gains and even backfire politically. Now, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles has requested key agencies to submit their positions on cannabis rescheduling, with CNN citing 2 sources who said those responses now sit in a report on her desk after having been compiled by the Domestic Policy Council. While Trump endorsed rescheduling cannabis, as well as industry banking access and a state-level legalization initiative in Florida, on the campaign trail last year, he's been silent about the issue since taking office, for his second term. Now, newly published Federal Election Commission filings show that a cannabis industry-funded political committee donated $1 million to Trump's Mega Inc. super PAC in the first half of this year. Now, Trulieve, whose CEO Rivers attended the recent dinner where Trump discussed cannabis, contributed $250,000 to the industry PAC. The PAC also reported expenditures of $120,000 to the strategic consulting and research firm associated with Trump, Fabros and Lee Associates LLC, for legal services. The same firm conducted a survey of registered voters that showed a majority of Republicans back a variety of cannabis reforms that is promoted on the PAC's website. Now, the owner of the major gardening supply company, Scott's Miracle-Gro, recently said Trump has told him directly, multiple times since taking office, that he intends to see through on the marijuana rescheduling process. Now, earlier FEC records also previously showed that Trulieve and Curaleaf contributed a total of $1 million to Trump's inaugural committee following his election last November. Now, Trump's former acting head of the Drug Enforcement Agency also recently predicted that the administration will soon dig in to the state's federal cannabis policy conflict, emphasizing the need to eliminate confusion, not create it, amid the rescheduling push. Meanwhile, Terrence Cole, who was sworn in last month as a new administrator of the DEA, declined to include rescheduling on a list of strategic priorities. The agency that instead focused on anti-trafficking enforcement, Mexican cartels, the fentanyl supply chain, drug-fueled violence, cryptocurrency, the dark web, and a host of other matters. That's despite the fact that Cole said during confirmation hearing in April that examining the government's pending cannabis rescheduling proposal would be one of my first priorities after taking office. We know how that made out. Now, earlier this week, former White House press secretary Sean Spicer predicted that Trump would not legalize cannabis, though that is a separate issue from the rescheduling proposal under construction. Yes, it is a different issue than the rescheduling, but it is still an issue. It's still federally illegal, and people are being penalized for it. And I can see where the confusion could come in. The state that has it legal and another state that doesn't have it legal, and people can get severely punished in one state and not punished at all, but encouraged in another state. So I think they have to get that straightened out. And talking about Sean Spicer, that just happens to be my next story. That's right. Let's find out what Sean says. And here's the headline here. This is coming to me from the Green State. It says, Trump insider, don't expect legal cannabis anytime soon. So what does Sean have to say? We, the insiders, can't agree on what Trump will do when it comes to cannabis legalization, but they're all making comments about it. Last week, Scott's Miracle-Gro CEO James Hagedorn, whose company has been profiting handsomely from legal cannabis, said the president told him on multiple occasions he'd reschedule cannabis, but one presidential insider is pushing back on those claims. Just in the last story, talked about the guy from Scott's Miracle-Gro. Says he'll do it. Well, now as reported, as I just read in the Marijuana Moment, former White House press secretary Sean Spicer recently said cannabis reform is a no-go under Trump. During a conversation on his podcast, The Morning Meeting with co-host Mark Halperin, the topic of cannabis legalization came up. Spicer asserted that's not going to happen. Halperin disagreed, saying, "Oh, it will. Oh, it will." Spicer insisted legalization wasn't in the cards. Not under this president. No. Spicer served in Trump's first administration. While the president may or may not have changed his tune on cannabis since then, the former press secretary was adamant that Trump was not planning full legalization. However, since rescheduling cannabis to Schedule 3 is not legalization, some type of reform could be possible without an act of Congress. The speculation on the federal cannabis reform has run rampant since Trump returned to Washington. Two industry insiders with the president's ear recently predicted he would indeed reclassify the plant. One thing that I learned from working with the president last time is that he usually keeps his word. If he says something, he does it. That's from Weldon Anglos, who he says he's the founder of Mission Green, and he was pardoned by Trump for cannabis-related conviction during his first term. Meanwhile, several multi-state operators in the cannabis space have tried to get in the president's good grace via donations to Trump's MAGA Inc. Political Action Committee. This includes hundreds of thousands of dollars from companies like Verano, Cureleaf, and Cresco Labs. Despite the pandering, it remains unclear if the Trump administration will appease the cannabis community. If Sean Spicer is correct, cannabis advocates will have to wait until the next president comes to power. There you go. Well, all we can do is find out in time, right? And action, sometimes it was louder than words. So watch what he does. And that's what I've been saying all along, because a lot of the people that he has been appointing are not pro-cannabis people. So, as Sean says, I'm just going to see. He doesn't expect it to happen. And honestly, I don't expect him to do it either. Not federally. He might go to a state-by-state thing, which to me is BS as far as I'm concerned. So, all right, on to the next story. Here I go. And this one comes to me from the Pain News Network. It says cannabis use by older adults linked to younger brains and improved cognition. Yeah, a new study suggests that cannabis use by older adults slows the aging of their brains and may improve cognitive function. An international research team analyzed extensive health data on over 25,000 adults in the UK, looking at the relationship between cannabis use, aging, and cognitive function. They found that cannabis users had brain characteristics typically associated with younger brains and enhanced cognitive abilities. Cannabis users exhibited superior performance across multiple cognitive domains. And interesting, the effects of cannabis and cognition are presented concurrently across a range of brain systems, the authors said. These findings suggest that cannabis use may be associated with deceleration of neural aging processes and the preservation of cognitive function in older adults. It's important to note that the study is a preprint published in Research Square, which means the findings have not yet been peer-reviewed by a medical journal and may undergo some changes. While it's common knowledge that cannabis can alter mood, cognition, and perception, researchers wanted to look at other potential impacts, particularly in older adults. Most previous studies investigating the effects of cannabis on brain function focused on adolescents and young adults. Due to legalization, cannabis is increasingly being used by older adults, and there's a growing recognition that cannabis can be used therapeutically to treat pain, insomnia, depression, and other conditions associated with old age. Normal aging typically involves a gradual decline in cognitive abilities, but when researchers compared the cognitive performance of cannabis users and non-users, they found that cannabis use had positive effects on most cognitive functions compared to normal aging. Cannabis users performed better in various cognitive tasks, including problem solving, planning skills, numeric memory, intelligence, and vocabulary. The effects where cannabis users outperform non-users were evident across different age groups, starting in the middle age of 45 to 55 and continuing into old age. Researchers think cannabis enhances cognitive performance by improving how different parts of the brain communicate with each other, a process known as functional network cognitivity. Our findings reveal that cannabis usage and healthy aging are associated with overlapping brain network configurations, particularly within the FNC, between subcortical and sensory motor regions, as well as between subcortical and cerebral areas. Big words, sorry, I can't get them out, folks. With a significant reverse effects, they said. The enhanced performance of these brain regions may be due to higher concentrations of cannabinoid receptors in brain tissue, which makes them responsive to cannabinoids such as THC and CBD. And researchers say the findings could lead to further research into whether cannabinoids and endocannabinoids could be used to treat multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, and other neurodegeneration diseases. So there you go. Help with the aging of the brain, slow it down. And we're finding that out too with the mushrooms. And just keep doing the plugging away of the research, and hopefully bring out some stuff that that proves it all once and for all, and is in a large study, and one that they just can't say, oh, we need more studies, as they always seem to do when it comes to the cannabis and the things. All right, moving on to my next story, which is the last one before I go to break. And this one is coming to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says, advocates push for private cannabis clubs in South Africa. South Africa is on a short but growing list of countries that have adapted national adult use cannabis legalization measures. South Africa is joined by Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, and Germany, which all adopted recreational cannabis legalization measures before South Africa. The Czech Republic also recently adopted a national legalization measure. Geez, it's too bad the U.S. isn't mentioned in there. The modern adult legalization law in South Africa actually started in late 2018, when the nation's constitutional court deemed cannabis prohibition against private consumers to be unconstitutional. The landmark court decision was finally codified in 2024 by the nation's lawmakers. Policymakers and regulators are still working to properly set up South Africa's recreational cannabis industry, and if the advocates have their way, the nation's legalization model will expressly include private cannabis clubs. Now, according to the report, it says a new initiative to unify private cannabis clubs to lobby for legal recognition has just been launched. The South African Cannabis Club Alliance says the time is critical for the private club movement to speak with one voice ahead of the anticipated release of draft regulations that will empower the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act. Now, the SACCA's launch does come at a time of mounting pressure on authorities to draft regulations to combat the growing cannabis retail gray zone that the omniglot of thousands of unlicensed businesses dealing in cannabis across the country. To date, conflicting court decisions have cast clubs into a legal no man's land where the best they can thrive or strive for in terms of compliance is to be technically not legal, the Outlook also reported. Now, it says, as part of its advocacy, the South African Cannabis Club Alliance has launched a website stating on it that the organization seeks to ensure that self-regulated cannabis clubs are formally recognized in future cannabis legislation, with compliance requirements embedded in the law to promote safety, transparency, and legitimacy. The SACCA is committed to an inclusive, transparent drafting process, inviting participation from a broad spectrum of stakeholders, including cultivators, legal experts, health professionals, traditional healers, activists, and community members. The South African Cannabis Club Alliance has created foundational documents that It is encouraging members of South Africa's emerging industry to weigh in on it, and the drafting phase up for the document to remain open until February of 2026. And at their website, it says in March 2026, the finalized SACCA documents will be formally submitted to all relevant government departments as part of the push to recognize for recognition and regulation of private cannabis clubs in South Africa. All right, here, because I know that in the past, there's been people here in Canada that have asked and pushed for cannabis clubs, and that way patients can go in there and participate, grow, and get part of the harvest. But unfortunately, it has not come to fruition, and all we can do is keep waiting and hopefully keep plugging away, and in due time things will change. So, but I am done my first 4 stories of the day. Time for me to take a break. Time for me to medicate. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News on live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Gotta find the right button. Here we go.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News. As you notice, I'm by myself today, and I will be on and off over the next 6 weeks, as Rev Sydney is out in British Columbia. She is doing some more training on psychedelic medicines, and she'll be back. I think it's scheduled about the 25th of September when she returns. And in the meantime, Steve is offered to fill in from time to time, and that's good. Other than that, we will continue on with the news. First story after the break comes to us from a well-known guy within the cannabis community, and that is because his court case led to huge changes on the cannabis front here in Canada, and that is Owen Smith. So here we go. This is his Substack. This was a letter, an article that I actually found in on another website, and I went right to the link to get the full story. And this is the legalizers. The cannabis industry's letter to PM Carney ignores its own role in the crisis. As I said, it is written by Owen Smith. Now, in June, over 70 cannabis executives signed a public letter to Prime Minister Mark Carney urging reforms to Canada's cannabis framework. They called for excise tax relief, nationalized stamps, and export strategies to help Canada lead the world. But the letter fails to mention the most critical factor in the collapse of trust in the legal market, the industry's own decisions. We've seen layoffs, inflated executive bonuses, lawsuits, lobbying against safe access spaces, and a coordinated push to criminalize the very people who made legalization politically and medically necessary. This article offers a critical counterpart point grounded in legal history, economic reality, and the need for public accountability. Number one, blaming the illicit market equals misdiagnosing the problem. Oh, I'll just close that off there. He's quoted here, illegal products still eclipse every individual licensed producer's market share. The illicit market is the single biggest risk to achieving public policy objectives. And this is what the industry would be saying. Owen says, no, the biggest risk to public policy is a legal market that failed to build trust. Medical patients and everyday consumers alike still turn to legacy suppliers, not because they're criminals, but because the regulated system never met their needs. The so-called illicit market includes indigenous dispensaries operating on sovereign land, compassion clubs, and nonprofit collectives. Longtime farmers who were excluded from licensing pathways. Industry leaders now ask the government to shut them down. That's not policy, that's erasure. Number two, cherry-picked economic data hides a decade of instability. He quotes them as saying the cannabis industry has added $43 billion to the GDP since legalization. Owen says that's true only if you count indirect and induced impacts. But this number masks the massive write-downs, executive churn, warehouse fires, product recalls, and the collapse of the medical access across Canada. Where is the accountability for laying off thousands of workers, lobbying against safe access for patients, stockpiling cannabis while retail prices collapse? We can't keep rewarding bad faith actors with more deregulation while ignoring the people they pushed out. Number three, excise reform without equity is a bailout in disguise. It says here, he quotes them as saying, replace the $1 gram minimum with a flat 10% rate. Owen says the excise model is broken, especially for small producers. But simply reducing the tax rate without attaching equity conditions amounts to a bailout for the largest LPs. Let's be clear. A fair excise system must be tiered by size and structure. Revenue should fund indigenous economic development, public health, and BIPOC entrepreneurship. No company should benefit from tax cuts unless it can show community reinvestment and labor protections. Number four, national stamp, sure, but with oversight. He quotes them as saying, one national excise stamp will reduce red tape and costs. Owen says, fine, but before centralizing anything, we need transparency on how this will affect inventory, tracking, and diversion risks, guarantees that no private firms will gain monopoly access to data or infrastructure, public disclosure of all lobbying activities related to stamp procurement and packaging reforms, efficacy without accountability is a recipe for backdoor deals. Number 5, global export, not before we fix home. He quotes him as saying, Canada should lead the global market with a bold national export strategy. Owen says, not until all Canadians, including low-income medical patients, have reliable, affordable access. Indigenous nations have control over their own production, export, and taxation policies. Exporters are required to reinvest a percentage of profits back into Canada's public system. Cannabis isn't oil, it's medicine, culture, and food. We mustn't turn it into another extractive industry. Final word, who is missing? This letter was signed by CEOs and trade association executives. Absent were patients, frontline cannabis workers, Indigenous leaders, legal reformers, nonprofit cannabis or compassion clubs. Legalization wasn't won in boardrooms. It was won in courtrooms, grow rooms, and the advocacy offices by people now excluded from the table. If this government wants to fix cannabis, it should start by listening to those who earned legalization, not just those who inherited it. Suggestion action for policymakers. Fund low-income patient access. Recognize Indigenous regulatory autonomy. Protect nonprofit medical organizations. Enforce truth in packaging and promotion. Tie excise reform to public interest outcomes. We don't need a bigger pie for corporate Canada. We need to make sure the people who built the kitchen still have a seat at the table. You're here. Way to go, Owen. Way to go. I will post, actually, that article from Owen is available on the Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News Facebook page. So take a look. Take a look at it. All righty. I'm going to move on to the next story. And there's a lot of stuff in Owen's story write-up. Is yes. Way to go, Owen. Thumbs up, man. All righty. Moving on to the next story. Talking about BC, we're going to head right back to BC because what's going on there? They've been doing a bit of a survey on things. So there you go. This one comes to me from StratCan. And the headline there says the majority of British Columbians support restrictions on smoking cannabis. Now, British Columbia say they support strict limits on smoking and vaping, including cannabis. A new poll from Research Co. provides a useful snapshot into how British Columbians feel about smoking and vaping tobacco and cannabis in public and even semi-private places around the province. A solid majority of British Columbians polled in the survey at 77% say they strongly or moderately support banning smoking, tobacco, and cannabis in multi-family buildings, while 73% would apply such as a ban to electronic cigarettes or e-cigarettes as well. So in other words, if you live in a condominium that you spent $1.5 million on, they don't want you smoking your cannabis. Support for such a ban was shared among those who voted BC NDP in the last election. That was at 80%. BC Conservatives 74 and BC Greens at 74. Half of British Columbians also said they would strongly or moderately not consider dating a person who smoked cannabis, with 41% of NDP voters being opposed to the idea. 47% of Conservatives opposed and 48% of the Green voters opposed. You can see the chart there. They say about one quarter, that's 23% of British Columbians, told the pollsters that they smoke cannabis, while 19% that they said they smoke cannabis in a non-smokable form like edibles. Males were slightly more likely than females to have reported either of these forms of consumption. This compared to 19% who said that they smoked tobacco in any form, that's cigarette or cigar or pipe, and 5% who said that they chewed tobacco. 28% of those in British Columbia aged 35 to 54 reported smoking cannabis, while 27% of those aged 18 to 34 reported doing so, and another 15% of those 55 and older reported smoking cannabis. Now, here we go, the big blue lines. That says ban smoking of tobacco and cannabis in multi-family buildings. People in northern BC, much more likely to report smoking cannabis, while Metro Vancouver was the lowest at 19%. BC Green voters were most likely to report smoking cannabis, with 31% of respondents reporting in the affirmative. Meanwhile, 25% of BC Conservative voters reported doing so, while 23% of BC NDP did. And over half respondents who identified Indigenous reported smoking cannabis, while 27% of the Europeans reported doing so, along with 11% of South Asians and 10% of East Asians. They say the breakdowns were similar for those who reported using a non-smokable form of cannabis. Younger British Columbians were more likely to do so than those 55 and older. Those in northern BC were more likely to report consuming in this fashion, and BC's Green voters were more likely to do so than their NDP or Conservative counterparts. British Columbians were slightly less likely to report smoking tobacco, with just 19% of respondents reporting in the affirmative. Over half reported using no cannabis or tobacco products. So there you go, a bit of a survey of what's going on in British Columbia as far as the cannabis and the things. And from there, I'm going to move on to the next article. And people used to talk about the birds. The birds would sing because they would get the hemp seed that they'd find in the bird seed that people put out in the yards to feed the birds. Well, here we go. Just a story on that. U.S. animal feed officials recognize hemp seed meal for chicken feed. And this comes to me from Gotchapreneur. That's right. The Association of American Feed Control Officials has embraced hemp seed meal as a feed option for chickens in the organization's official publication, a significant step for the industrial hemp and poultry industries. Although the Hemp Feed Coalition heralded hemp seed's appearance in the AAFCO's official publication as an important achievement, the group noted in a press release that the regulatory path to market for hemp feed remains riddled with bureaucratic obstacles. I'm not surprised. Even quoted here in the press release, even after the approval vote in January 2024, many state regulators denied or stalled applications for hemp feed until it appeared in the official publication. Some states went even further, refusing approval until the publication is publicly available in print for a full year. That's 2027, simply because the first year's edition must be purchased. These delays had nothing to do with science or safety. They're just pure bureaucracy standing on the way of market access. Now, the publication recognized hemp seed meal as a potential feed option for laying hens specifically. Now, Andrew Bish, the president of HFC, says that while the lengthy approval processes are frustrating, the process is nevertheless important as it moves hemp closer to functioning as a real agricultural commodity. Every new approval, like HSM for poultry, opened doors for farmers to access new markets and diversify their operation, he says. And the HFC said it would next pursue approval for the use of hemp seed meal for the ruminants, including cattle, goats, and sheep. 2027. Wow, let's hope it gets approved well before then. That's crazy, having to wait that long. There must be something that unless it's doing studies or anything, it didn't really explain why it would take so long. But I'm sure there'll be more news that will come along with it that will eventually enlighten us on why. As more publications cover that story. So, all right, moving on to my last story of the day. It comes to me from StratCan. It says the growing conservative push against legal cannabis. When Canada legalized cannabis for adult use in 2018, it was a big step in what felt like an inevitable progression towards more sensible cannabis policies around the world. However, some 7 years later, much of that momentum seems to have stalled, while a growing number of pundits and politicians, primarily on the right side of the political spectrum are pushing back. However, some 7 years later, much of that momentum seems to be stalled, while a growing number of pundits and politicians, primarily on the right side of the pundits, are pushing back what many had long hoped foreseen to finally be coming to fruition. Looks like they got two paragraphs almost identical back to back. Now, in 2013, Uruguay became the first nation to legalize recreational cannabis, followed by several more U.S. states in the coming years. In 2017, Catalonia also legalized. While many countries followed with different approaches to legalizing and regulating cannabis for medical purposes, or even decriminalizing it for adult use, in many ways, it seems Canada may have been a high watermark, not one step in a more sensible reconsideration of the world's approach to cannabis, sativa, the cannabis. Momentum stalled? They question. Now, in 2020, a referendum in New Zealand on whether or not to legalize cannabis failed by a slim margin, and in 2024, the Australian Senate voted to discontinue debating a cannabis legalization bill. What seemed like a big step forward in Germany in early 2024 when it legalized limited possession and cultivation, and later that year adult-only nonprofit cannabis social clubs, stopped short of allowing adult use sales. The law has now faced pushback from the recently elected conservative Christian Democratic Union government. Medical cannabis laws in many countries are now also facing pushback. Health authorities in New Zealand recently announced they are going after medical cannabis clinics that are violating the country's advertising restrictions. The health authority in Australia recently launched a public consultation on unapproved medical cannabis products. In Canada, the health regulatory has been making similar to large personal or designated production licenses. And in the U.S., the sleeping giant that many are expecting to be one of the next big markets to finally legalize cannabis, conservative political pundits continue to rally against or rail against cannabis in many forms. Mega podcaster and right-wing personality Charlie Kirk recently expressed strong opposition to the recent rumors that President Donald Trump is considering reclassifying cannabis as a less dangerous drug, arguing that everything already smells like weed. Kirk says, "I hope this doesn't happen. We need to protect public spaces for kids. Everything already smells like weed, which is ridiculous. Let's make it harder to ruin public places, not easier." The very conservative American Heritage Foundation also recently posted a piece about the supposed failure of cannabis legalization to eliminate the illicit market. The opinion piece perpetuates a common trope, a straw man, in which the legalization was supposedly promised to completely and immediately eradicate the black market. While the Heritage Foundation, which is a big Trump supporter, is an American conservative think tank, it also focuses on Canada extensively in the report. At one point, a convenient and ominous quote says, "The extinction of the black market is the chief philosophy of argument for legalizing cannabis. If anything, legalization has forced hordes of stoners, namely low income, to continue to rely on the streets. It's a great example of one of the many contradictions social conservatives make when attacking cannabis legalization. On one hand, they oppose it outright because cannabis is bad. Okay. On the other hand, they pretend to make concerns about the poor and marginalized supposedly being negative impacted by legalization. In reality, if we look at some of the key voices to lead up to legalization in Canada, Anne McCollum, who led the federal government's task force on legalization, told StratCan in 2020 she expected the process to take a decade to reach about an 80% share of the legal market. The notion that cannabis legalization was promoted as a way to end a deeply embedded black market instantly is simply not supported by the facts, just feelings. And 6 years in, based on polling that helped Statistics Canada create a baseline prior to legalization, the legal market has already captured about 75% of the market. And prior to legalization in Canada in 2018, unless one was assessing Canada's medical cannabis program, 100% of cannabis in the country was not legal. To go with that, 75% in just 5 or 6 years is noteworthy. On top of that, 100% is never going to be likely for a highly controlled substance like cannabis. It's similar to other products in that category. The LCBO estimates that illegal sales are percent of the Ontario alcoholic drinks market. In tobacco, the rate is much higher, sometimes more than 50% of the market. Many similar arguments are being made built on similarly flimsy or outright made up premises. Claims that cannabis use has become more prevalent are another example. The objection that legalization has led to cannabis smoke being everywhere was raised by conservatives in the U.S. against Florida's legalization efforts in 2024, which ultimately failed. The conflation of cannabis legalization with other drug-related issues like the opioid epidemic is also common. In Canada, we can see one recent example in the House of Commons, where conservative MP in British Columbia, Chak Ewu, implied that low overdose rate in their community was related to the fact that the city had also banned cannabis stores. In 2024, then Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre tried to play fast and loose with a similar argument, connecting legalization with tens of thousands of deaths. Well, Poilievre tried to backpedal by saying he was referring to the recent decriminalization efforts concerning personal possession of small amounts of certain hard drugs in BC. The argument is common enough to reveal a theme. Rather than focusing on economic opportunities within the cannabis industry or on the bureaucracy-friendly nature of legalization in Canada under the Liberals, the Conservatives seem more interested in continuing to discuss cannabis in the same breath as drugs like fentanyl or heroin, acting as if we can revert to a century of failed prohibitionist policies. Similarly, we've seen misleading reports that exaggerate the impact that cannabis use and legalization have had on the road. Politicians who oppose cannabis legalization like to routinely conflate data that shows that the presence of cannabis in someone's system with impairment or even with causing an accident. Now, it goes on to say an opinion piece penned by a conservative MP in BC in 2024 claimed legalization has undermined road safety, even though the evidence shows that cannabis legalization is not associated with increases in traffic injuries in Canada. Similarly, in 2024, a study in Ontario looked at the effects of edible cannabis on simulated driving and blood THC levels, found that driving impairment was not correlated with blood THC. One conservative MP in 2024 even went as far to say that he's actually talking to a liberal MP who has Crohn's disease, and he told that MP that, yeah, I would put your ass right back in jail. Sad. Such sentiments from the conservatives around cannabis are not uncommon. Marilyn Gladue, conservative MP for Sarnia, Lambton, who has a storied anti-cannabis history in the House, is one of those who led the charge to oppose legalization in the first place, has long said the party would push back on legalization. In 2019, she told the Globe and Mail that the party wouldn't roll back cannabis legalization, but would like to make major changes to it, including raising the age of access, banning home grows, including medical. Do I need to repeat that? Banning home grows, including medical. Supporting larger companies over smaller ones, while also wanting to pare back packaging restrictions for foods and drinks. Recently, another MP in Ontario has called on the federal health minister to look at issues with medical cannabis home grows. Conservatives have also continued to call for an end to a medical cannabis loophole. Yes, they've been mentioning that for a long time. Now that much of the hype of legalization has faded and the stock market millionaires have all packed up and moved on to greener pastures, they seem to see little reason even to pretend to be pro-cannabis. They can once again point to the specter of a scary marijuana as a cause and symptom of society's ills. The political winds of the world currently seem to be moving to the right of the political spectrum. And if this continues, I expect those kinds of indigenous arguments against cannabis legalization will only increase. While Republican voters often say they are supportive of cannabis legalization, Republicans in several U.S. states have been responsible for pushing back against the voters' efforts to legalize. All of this highlights two key fallacies in the cannabis community and those investing in the industry. The first is that legalization is inevitable. The second is that conservatives support legalization because it's a revenue generator and prohibition is big government. What we see instead is that conservative politicians and pundits continue to revel in old, outdated, reefer madness, prohibition era talking points about the danger of cannabis, not the benefits of legalization from a standpoint of personal freedom. As the U.S. continues to debate legalization, and some speculate the U.S. president will enact it, it would be wise to take into account that not only is this progress not inevitable, but there's a growing pushback against it, especially among the right-wing politicians controlling not only the U.S., but many other countries around the world. Progress is not inevitable, at least not in the short term. The sentiment that held back sensible cannabis policy for a century, led by the U.S., remains and appears to be gaining ground again. That's ground, people, that we have to shut down. That's for sure. It's there's been too much work has been done. Too much work has been succeeded for it to be just pushed back and eliminated. People have been fighting for cannabis legalization since it's been illegal, and it's just growing constantly all the time. Why push back? It's what the people want. Do we not elect governments to represent the people and what the people want? If people want legalized cannabis, then give them to them. It just makes sense to me. They have lots of ways of doing it. And there's lots of examples around the world. Take your pick, mix and match everything together. And, a lot of people would just rather see it completely removed from the controlled substances, banned, and be legal like tomatoes. And be able to sell your cannabis at farmers markets, being that cannabis is an agricultural crop. Right? It's a plant. It grows to the ground, just like corn and tomatoes do. So, all right, people. Other than that, that's the news for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop at east.ca and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And in closing, as I always say, we'd like to thank you guys all for tuning in, for watching or listening, depending on where you're catching us at. And as I always say, I've been saying this for the last 15 or more years. I can say more years. Don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I wanna talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, folks, and how's everybody doing this morning? It is, me covered in chocolate. I had no idea if my shirt was dirty. Well, we might have to change that here, but it's my Neil shirt because it's substitution day, right? So, yeah, that's terrible. Hang on, I'll be right back. I honestly don't even know how that happened because I haven't eaten anything this morning. Oh, I was trying to get my caramels cut up and oh man, they just look like crap. So guess after my show I'll be making another batch and taking it out and see if I can, figure that out. But I am now officially on medical leave from work. I've decided that I need to take some time to get my health back in order. I've been living with, stage 9 pain every day. The only thing that kind of helps deter that pain is, cannabis, and I can't be smoking it every day, all day at work. So as much as I loved my job, well, I loved it to a point, and then yeah. So, anyways, I'll be around a little more, I guess. Able to do a little more research, spend a little more time doing the things I love, rather than working 6 days a week, standing on my feet, in pain, fucking struggling to even like hold the fucking use the till to lift my arm. Like I'm just done. I'm done trying to fucking work in pain. Like seriously, like some days I can't even open my hands or bend my fingers, but I'm there. And the unfortunate thing is I have to take opioids to get there. And I don't want to keep doing that. I shouldn't have to live in fucking pain and then try and fucking maintain a job. Because the BC government figures that it's okay to fucking leave women financially fucking fucked because they figure that because you are married, your spouse should take care of you. I don't know when the 1950s fucking didn't catch up with 2025. But I'm fucking here to tell you, I don't want no man fucking having to pay for me. But I shouldn't have to fucking work my ass off for lousy 3,000 fucking less than $3,000 a month to fucking feel like I'm fucking human. It's bullshit. And that's exactly how they make you feel. The BC government literally leaves you as a woman financially fucked if your husband makes more than $25,000 a year. Who in their fucking right mind can live on $25,000 a fucking year with 2 people? I can't understand how this government makes everybody feel like they have to be crapping and stretching and fucking struggling all the time. Like I know we've got a new government, but this is provincial shit, okay? The benefits and your social services and your healthcare and stuff is provincial. So again, we're looking at the same BC NDP that has been here for the last how many ever fucking years, and they're still fucking leaving financial fucking stress for people, for women especially. How you doing, Game Pro? Thanks for joining me. Appreciate you coming on in. But again, like I said, this does relate to cannabis in a way, because if a woman is on benefits, she's a cannabis patient, but she's married, she can't even get it. But they leave you so limited. I think they give you like fucking $800 to live on. Your rent's $2,000. Like how in the fuck is anybody fucking managing? So if you're a cannabis patient, you're minimally paying usually about 5 to 10 grams, even if you're having to use the retail spaces, right? It's not fucking free. I mean, 3.5 grams is like $19.99 plus taxes sometimes. But is that fair? Is it fair that cannabis patients should be paying fucking taxes on their medicine? I don't know. I mean, I don't pay taxes on my fucking morphine. I don't pay taxes on my methotrexate or my fucking any of the rest of them. But I sure have to pay taxes on my fucking cannabis. But yet it's medicine for me. And even if you buy from the licensed producers directly with your MMA or your ACMPR, you're still paying fucking GST and PST. Like what? Oh, I'm glad you're doing well. Whereabouts are you from, Game Pro? You're on the YouTube channel. So thanks for subscribing, and leave the rest of you tap your screens and make us famous. We've been doing this for so long, we've given up on being famous. To be fair, we don't care. That's not why we do this. This is education. We do it to actually tell our stories and help and try and bring patients together. Other people that use cannabis as medicine share their stories so that they can actually like maybe learn something from somebody, or share what they're. Anyways, here's another funny story. So I use one of the legal stores on a regular, and their boss, brought in a bunch of stuff to just give away. It's been passed, whatever. So I was gifted this beautiful CBD tea. I won't say what provider it's from. And the packaging date on it is April 27th, 2020. I don't know about you, but anything packaged 5 years ago, I don't care whether it's got no expiry date on it, I ain't fucking touching it. Well, that'd be great. I think this network, I started this show like 12. Actually, me and Alan now we're trying to figure out actually what year we did start this. So I moved here in 2014. I think it was just shortly after that. So I think I started this 2013 or 2014, 2015. I don't think I was, I think I was doing this actually in Coronation before I even moved here. I'd have to actually go back to my Facebook memories and look, because I remember Ross doing my first logo. And that was, I think, before I even moved to Cranbrook. I don't want to be famous. I'm not cute enough to be famous. But again, like I said, we've been doing this for a really long time. And our goal is just to reach out to people that use cannabis as medicine and tell their stories, or have them come on as a guest and tell their stories. Because we all have different experiences. Everything is different for everybody. But I appreciate that. But the numbers would be good. We can't share this kind of information on TikTok because TikTok doesn't like it. And it would be so much better if we actually had a channel on TikTok, because that platform really gets a lot of things out. But again, YouTube does too. So that's also a good thing. Again, today I'm wearing my medicinal shirt. We've had a couple Pace radio shows in the last few weeks that have done a lot of memorials due to the passing of Marco Renda. In fact, I was honored to be able to sit with Jeff Tech last week, Michelle Rainey's husband. And Michelle's been gone now for, God, almost 17 years, I think it is now, 17, 18 years. But this was the first medicinal shirt that I ever bought. And I bought this shirt when I got off the plane from Ottawa in 2012 after I got my license signed for the first time. So this is my original medicinal shirt. I have several others, but I love Weed Lab, a member of that community and active cast member. If you show up 3 times in the chat. Oh, that would be great. Maybe I can have you on as a guest sometime, GamePro or GamPro, because we like to share content with each other too. Because are you in the States? Let me see whereabouts are you located? Are you in the US or are you in Canada? Because I'm in Canada. But yeah, we can share content. That'd be terrific. So maybe we'll have to hook up after. You can follow me on Facebook on my group, or you can follow me, Tamara Cartwright. I don't care. My name's like out there. Oh, Buffalo, New York. Nice. Well, I'm in British Columbia. So, all the rumors about the BC bud, they lied. All Canadian weed is actually pretty good. We've come around, right? Southernmost Canadian, as I call southernmost Canada. Yes. Well, that 49th parallel. They would have just not used the ruler. But yeah, I'm in the southeast corner of British Columbia. So I'm not on the west coast. I'm in the Rocky Mountains. It runs right along the BC Alberta border. I'm just on the other side of the Alberta border. And I grew up I'm from here, but I grew up in southern Alberta, which is super Bible Belt. And I did the first global marijuana marches and started the Southern Alberta Cannabis Club in 2006 in Lethbridge, Alberta. And then I moved to Coronation, so then I had Central Alberta Cannabis Club. But yeah, I did a lot of activism in Alberta before legalization. And then Alberta's opened right up. And Alberta's got Nelson, BC actually tried to get an open air cannabis lounge, like a patio where you could actually consume cannabis outside and Nelson, BC City Council refused it. They said no. Nelson, BC, but Edmonton, Alberta and Calgary, Alberta have vape lounges. Alberta has more cannabis stores per capita than any province in the fucking country. And back when I was the one that did 6 months house arrest for 4 grams of cannabis in the mail in Alberta. Ask me if that pisses me off. But yeah, so Nelson had actually lobbied or, put a proposal in front of their city council to have an open air cannabis lounge, not inside, outside on a patio, where you're not inside, No, they were turned down. And I was kind of hoping that they'd actually get it because Nelson is the kind of, area out here where a lot of people were, involved in the legacy market and such. So Nelson would be the place that would be forefronting these lounges and open air things. We figured that would be great. And then it would be precedent setting for the other communities in the Kootenays and all across British Columbia for that matter. And they said no. I was kind of flabbergasted when Paul, because my friend Paul and Alan opened the first basically cannabis bong store in Nelson. It was called the Holy Smoke. And if you go back and you Google the Holy Smoke, they were actually in a court case and they actually tried challenging, and they actually eventually got shut down. I believe Alan went to jail for a bit. I'd have to go back, and it's been a few years. Yeah. Okay, so on every 15 minutes, I do something called rip and dip, where people hop up on a panel and smoke and chat when they rip and dip. That's what I'd kind of like to do on this too. We do that on TikTok, where we have a panel that comes up. And like I said, I get if I had your Facebook handle, I could send you a link to this, and then you could pop in here. And that ultimately would be like what I'm doing. I appreciate that, but like eventually, if I could get like people to come on a panel here, we reach out to guests. Legalization has really slowed things down up here for people that want to come on as guests. Because if you're working in the legal market, you're technically not really allowed to tell anybody what you're doing. They're not allowed to advertise. Packaging is all blah blah, secret, regulated, right? If you're in the legacy market, you don't really want to tell anybody what you're doing either, because you don't want to draw attention to yourself. Us patients too, like we're sharing amongst ourselves and stuff, but we don't want to draw a lot of attention to ourselves if we're sharing things, not just education, right? I don't think the RCMP up here are actively looking, but I don't know. And we still have laws against cannabis in Canada. Like, just because it's legal, or per se legal, it's regulated. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can just go free for all with it. You can't. Like, you can't grow more than 4 plants. You can't. And here's a funny thing: like, you can give it away up to 30 grams, but they want you to use the legal market. But if you grow your own, it's kind of like iffy, because if you get caught with your own giving away, I don't know how that works. I've never had anybody have it happen to them. It's a matter of proving that you actually grew it yourself. Because they want everything barcoded. They wanted like from seed to barcode, like everything cereal, from seed to plant, to track it. I mean, there's so much wrong with the legalized market than there is right. Like, I mean, like I said, I appreciate the fact that nobody's getting busted for joints. I have I'm on Insta too, but I'm also more on Facebook. But yeah, you can you can. If you're on Facebook, you can just look me up there, or I can actually, I don't care. I just put my email address is tamaralee3@gmail.com. And I put that out there because for cannabis substitution, I take fund donations and stuff, and I use that email for that. So if you reach out to me on tamaralee3@gmail.com or whatever it is, yeah, and then send me links and stuff. And then, like I said, I just started medical leave away from my job, so I will have time, because normally I would be working till 10 o'clock at night, and now I'm not. So that gives me time to actually get back involved in things that I want to do, because this working during the day would be great, but they won't provide that for me. And my health needs me to be home and in bed and eating properly before, and 10 o'clock's too, like, and I know it sounds booby and, but I'm 55, right? I've got rheumatoid arthritis. I've got attention deficit. I'm going through some brutal menopause shit. I started a bunch of more medication, bunch more tests. My scoliosis that I wasn't fixed when I was a kid is causing me grief. And they're expecting me to stand on my feet for 7 hours a fucking day, sweep, mop, and fucking stock shelves. And then nobody else to help me. And I'm just tired. I'm tired of being taken advantage of, living with chronic pain and not being able to even get benefits. My husband has benefits for his job, but it doesn't cover me for short term. This job has no benefits. I don't get covered. I'm married, so in British Columbia, I'm not allowed benefits. Like, is that a financial fucking abuse? I find that it is. Oh my God, my lighters. When you need a lighter and you can't find a lighter that works? Give me 1 sec. I'm going to get my lighter. But yeah, like I said, I went back to work after my son was able to take care of himself kind of after school, and worked at a bakery, which was great. And then I went and got my dream job, which was supposed to be the cannabis expert at the local garden center. Well, that ended up being a fucking joke, because I wasn't cannabis expert or anything. I brought in Remos nutrients to the store. I was giving advice, but then I was, basically shoved off, told to pack garbage, told to pack fucking dog food, told to pack soil, and run behind a till. It's not what I was hired for. Anyways, so I left that place for medical too, because I was in a flare for my RA. I just couldn't pack 50 fucking pound bags of dog food. Like, there's no fucking way. So I was supposed to stay off work then. That was 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. And I went and found this little job at a local little Korean grocery store, thinking it would be, less harsh on my body and whatever. And it was fine for a while. But I was overworking myself. I worked 6 days a week. I pushed myself. And now I push myself to the point that I can't work anymore. So I'm not. I've neglected my life, my house, my dogs, my kid, like all in the name of fucking a lousy fucking little bit of money a month. Fuck it. I just can't. Anymore. So I'm not. I'm gonna educate and fucking bake and help patients and continue on with my cannabis substitution program, which I do, and now I will have more time to bake. In fact, I was gonna cut up some caramels and take them out to the res this morning, and I looked at them and went, no, those aren't very good looking. Hang on a second. I'd have to check my phone. Hang on. Oh, you probably check your phone. I don't. Where's my ashtray? Let me take a look. Looks like I probably did. I did. Awesome possum. That's awesome. Yes, I did. So now you've got everything. I just sent you one back. Now you even got my fucking address. But yes, I did. Thank you. I will be there. That is so awesome. Thanks for the invite. I think that's terrific. Like I said, especially with your orange potato. Like we don't have any problems with you Americans. We got a problem with your orange potato. Don't fucking fuck with us. I mean, you're from New York, right? The orange potato, like, yeah, he's like, no. So I love that. I love that you're in New York and that we can share stories and cross the border, eh? And share what you know, and then I can share what you know, and maybe we can educate and together. So next time, now that I've got your email, I don't know if you're on Facebook, but I can always send you a link. Maybe next Monday you want to come up on the show if you're not busy, and we can share some education too. Thanks. That's so awesome. I love that. Yay! So I was supposed to go to Toronto we were supposed to have a CannaFest or like a cannabis expo kind of thing, and I think it was March. And then it got canceled. And I was so looking forward to that because I love going out to Toronto and networking and meeting new people because, like I said, I've been in the cannabis industry for a long time. It's always this time. It's always noon Mountain Standard Time. Every Monday is when I'm up. And then we also have a show on Wednesday nights too, which is at 6 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. So you're 2 hours ahead probably. So it's probably like, what, just after 2:20 your time right now, because you're probably the same as Eastern Standard where the network actually is. Like we're kind of coast to coast. Like we've got some content makers that are in the eastern part of Canada, Halifax area, like Nova Scotia, and then the producers are both in Ontario, but very like one's in Northern Ontario, one's in Southern Ontario, and then I'm over here in British Columbia. We don't have any content coming out of Alberta anymore. I used to be the Alberta content too, before I moved to BC. But yeah, like I said, we've got and then we try and bring in guests from across the coasts, like and across the country. And then we've got a lot of content on psychedelics and everything. But you know this. If you've been following the channel for a while, you know. But I am excited. I'm excited to meet you. Again, like there's so many differences between like even the medical licensing here for like large production comparably to if you're a patient. So if you're a patient, but I'm hearing some really disturbing stuff that actually the government is making it so difficult in the College of Physicians that you're not able to get a licensing for probably anything more than about 7 to 10 grams anymore. Now, we know that there's a lot of people that use extracts, which you need a larger amount to be able to bring down to use that medicine. And you need more than, well, you get, and this is the funniest, I've been saying this for so long too. So medically in Canada, you're allowed 5 plants per 1 gram, right? So if you get 10 grams per, that's 50 plants, right? It was 49 plants for 7, I think, when I had my first prescription. And then so it's like 15 or 20, yeah, was it 5 times 10, so it'd be 50 plants, right? Is that how that works? Anyway. No. Yeah, anyway. But when in the rec market, you're only allowed 4 plants per household, not per adult, per household. So if you've got 3 adults in your house, you can only grow 4 plants. That doesn't even give you 1 gram for anyone. in the medical equations, right? So now they're kind of wanting to cut people back on that too, and I'm not sure or any of the understanding. But there's also a consultation that I was going through that last week on my show about CBD becoming more mainstream and how they should regulate it and how they should package it and whether it should be allowed like on the shelf like Tylenol or whether a pharmacist should be handing it out and all these things. And I'm just like, Tylenol is more harmful than CBD is. And you don't have anybody handing out Tylenol or Advil across a counter. I mean, 222s, if you can even get them anymore with codeine. They used to, you have to hand them out over a T3, I think, or whatever they, with a bit of codeine in it. But again, like in the States, things are different. Now your Orange Potato too has also said that he's going to like lift off and take down some pharmaceutical costs. He's capping them. Oh my fucking Christ, that guy. That's like, that's socialism with authoritarianism. Like, what the fuck? Like, anyway. I have no words, and I just don't even know what to think. It's like, does nobody got any critical thinking down there? Maybe I'll smoke some more weed. Open your mind. Don't be too woke. But you're allowed to be woke if you're wanting to smoke cannabis, right? Like, let's face it. If you're on the side of that industry, you're woke. Wokey fucking woke. Goddamn medical started here because of the HIV crisis, for fuck's sakes. Like, anyways, I know. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to be political, but yeah, fucking Orange Potato fucking really fucks everybody's shit up. Tariffs. What are you gonna do? Tariff this, tariff the plant, bastard. And that's the funniest thing. We're not allowed to export from the States. We can export to Germany from Canada. We can export to Australia. We can export our cannabis to in between provinces, but not across the US border. And now at our peace crossing where there was like basically nothing in between our two countries, they got fucking ICE set up, checking their people leaving their country coming to ours. Like, the fuck is up with that? Whew. But yeah, so you don't dare fucking even you better check your car, make sure you don't even have a fucking roach. And that's the thing, like I've had people that have gone across the US border like years ago, found a roach in an old tackle box. It was probably like dried up, and they were pulled in, like it was fucking brutal, like held, they detained over an old roach that was like it was a paper. They didn't even know it was there. And it was like, holy fuck, could you imagine if that happened now? Like, you're leaving Canada. Like, I mean, I know in some countries you're not even allowed, like I think it's Japan, you're not even allowed to consume anything consuming cannabis in Canada when you're on vacation. You get charged in your own country. Like, that's fucking over fuck law. It doesn't apply here. Your laws in Japan don't apply in Canada. No more than our laws in Canada apply over in Japan. Get bent, bud. Like, fuck off. Like, seriously, how do these countries actually? So, but anyways, so if you're like come to Canada for the weekend, hanging out, make sure, like, make fucking sure, because you're gonna get checked at the fucking, like, Canada's not setting up check stops to check you twice as you're going. I don't think they even do much at the Canadian border when you leave. I don't know, because I've never fucking left the country, to be fair. I don't have a passport. I could have left the country like before 9/11, because before 9/11 we just had our driver's licenses. We could fly to, I mean, if you wanted to go to Europe or somewhere, you'd have to have a passport for sure. But if you wanted to go to the States or to Mexico, you just needed a driver's license. And then all of a sudden it was passport us up, Scotty. Because I've had a record of sorts since about 1991, because I was kind of a hothead. That doesn't count. That was a peace bud. So I bounced bad. Okay, I bounced a check when I was 22. NSF check, my first charge. I didn't get my first actual drug charge until I was 35 fucking years old. Not kidding. Anyways, I don't have an extent, but I do. Like, I've got an NSF, which is an entering fraud, and so it just looks bad. So since that time, I've never tried crossing the border. because I knew I wasn't going to be allowed to cross the border, right? Once you got a record, you can't even go there. So it was, to me, it was like, why bother getting a passport? I got a record now. There's fucking no point. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere anyways. And then every year that I've thought about it, because I can travel, it's just in the States that I can't. And I could if I paid them. If I actually went to them and paid them whatever for a US waiver, I could come, right? But it's all about fucking money. It's a cash cow. It's a fucking cash grab. So now because there's three, like my husband and I and my son, it would cost me almost $1,000 just to get fucking passport applications put through. And I mean, they'd give them to us. And everything, the pictures aren't expensive. You can get them done for around $10. It's not that, but I've never had $1,000 that you could just piss away to get passports. Never mind saving for it. I don't have money to travel. I've never had money to travel either. But again, that's irrelevant. But I don't have a passport. I'm not sure that. I don't know. I'm sure there's other Canadians that don't have passports besides me at 55. They've never left the country. I'm sure of it. But I have no desire. No offense. Before the orange potato, yes. Now, I'm scared. I wouldn't even want to come to the U.S. I wouldn't. I'd have to leave. I'd have to scrub everything. They'd Google my name. I'd be fucking done. The minute I hit that border, poof, I'd be disappeared. Bye. Where'd you go? I don't know. So I'm good. And that's what. And I'm not saying that that's happening per se or what, but that's the information that we're being fed up here. There's a high alert for no travel to the US. We're being told that people are being detained in the US that are Canadian dual citizens or down there going to school. We've heard that when you get to the border, they're going through your phones, they're going through your shit, they're going through everything, they're fingerprinting you, they're making you carry. I'm good. Fucking good. If I wanted to go to fucking Russia, I'd go to fucking Russia. And on that note, I better fucking take a commercial break and thank my beautiful sponsors that we have that keep this network going. And we are really appreciative of that because they help us pay to help for everything. Okay, so I've got to go over here somewhere and find the commercials. I know. I'm actually surprised I even made it here this morning. It took me everything to get out of bed. But I'm here. We'll be right back after we take a quick commercial break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, and I am back, and I am sending you that. So it's nice to be back. It's a bit chilly here. I don't know what it's like for your weather out there, but I called it a yard fail on the weekend, and that's why I'm in so much pain today. I think it's because of humidity, right? Like the humidity really fucking sucks. Like, and I don't know, it wasn't so humid here. To be honest, so I was gonna get my heating blanket, but look at that. That's what's rolled up in my heating blanket. A moosey. So if I move him, my heating blanket's on. That's why he's laying on it. Poor Mootie. He's laying there. I'm on your heating blanket, Mom. So we'll just leave that there. And maybe I'll I know it's chilly though. But yeah, it's been crappy and cloudy in the last couple of days. But it's probably why my body's so inflamed. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not working. I've got a doctor's appointment. I've got blood work tomorrow. I've got a bunch of shit to do. So I've taken some time off away from the store for a few minutes. I don't know what's going on. We'll see what the doctor says on 14th. But like I said, some days are better than others. Some days I can move just fine. Other days I can barely move at all. And today's one of those days where it's hit and miss. Like 1 minute everything's good, and then my knee buckles out from underneath me, and it's just kind of dealing with chronic pain, right? And then we were at the hospital on Thursday for my son, having a procedure done to see if his issues are pretty much, and they are. He's got colitis too, probably lymphatic like I do. And the poor kid, and I was diagnosed at that early age. And the funny thing is with lymphatic colitis is it's an old people's disease. It's not something that normally, you get it as a teenager. It's something that you normally get when you're an adult, like in your 60s. And I've had it since I was 16. So it's kind of leaning towards that for him because they said everything looked normal, but they took biopsies, which is what they told me too. And then lo and behold, because the doctor come out when I had my procedure done, he goes, "Oh, everything looks good. You must have done a really great prep." I said, "I didn't do any fucking prep, dude." And he looks at me, he goes, "No prep." I said, "No, I took the one prep, and then and I didn't finish doing it. I couldn't even, the end of it, there was no way you were sticking anything in there." So, and then he was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." And then 2 weeks later, my doctor phones me, he says, "Oh, you got," I says, "Oh, imagine that." Like, I was telling them that, but because I hadn't had any procedures done in I don't know how many years, they don't take your word for it. They want you to get retested. So they've got proof that you aren't a liar. And they found out that I wasn't a liar. And I told them the same thing with him. I said, chances are this is what it is. But yeah, let's give a 15-year-old a colonoscopy. Okay. And they did. And and that was the end result. So here we are waiting on testing, which I'm pretty sure is going to come up the same, or IBS, because they can't really pinpoint it, which is what they do to people that, they can't actually pinpoint. I can't find my papers. I hate it when that happens. And I've put everything away in different drawers and stuff. And it's not always necessarily where I put things, right? So again, we are back to full-time regular CSP now because it's been we lost one of our members. I still don't know any details on that. But our town actually came out with some stats last week, and apparently the fire department is saying that the overdoses are down. And I'm not saying that has anything to do with the substitution program. I'd like to think that it's been essential and helpful, but I don't know. But that was one thing that made me kind of feel a little better, because I said we're out there doing outreach as much as we can. Like I said, it's hard to get volunteers to come with you that actually want to stick with you. Like, you need some really good dedication there. And I understand it's a tough thing to do, have to go out and and I can't go by myself. Unfortunately, I'm not big enough. And I just don't go out there by myself. So I do a lot of offsite. So that's why the mandate was open to low income seniors, anybody using with with any medical need, because there's also a need not just for unhoused addiction. There are a lot of people that can't afford to obtain their level of what they need for medication. And I can't maintain a lot of that either. But at least if I can give them a little bit that helps alleviate some pressure, that's more helpful, I think, than anything. Same with my caramels and candies. Like I made a great big like pan of caramel. And honestly, I haven't sold one of them. I've given them all away. Even my bacon jam. Like I made medicated bacon jam. I've sold one jar and gave the rest away. And I'm the one that's broke. I'm the one that doesn't have fucking like $2. I got a pile of fucking change because I can go get some parchment paper. Like that's how bad things are for me right now. And yeah, but again, like whatever. I will make things work. I will, I don't even know if I have enough fucking gas to get out to Dirty Darts. I'll have to check. But anyways, like that's a thing, right? Like you have to do what you have to do, and helping people is what I do. So I will manage and maintain whatever I can to make sure that the substitution program keeps on going. Like I said before, if I have to pick bottles out of the fucking ditch, I will. And I haven't had to do that yet, but I will. And because it's helping probably 100 people now, if not more. Just saying. Which I think is absolutely atrocious that we have that many people in a town of the population that I live in, that are that in need. That we've got so many cracks in our system, in our society, that there are that many people that can't meet their bills, that they can't meet all their medical needs, that they can't afford a roof over their head. And all these little modular homes and stuff that the government says that they're going to set up for housing. Well, that's terrific, but if you're houseless and don't have a job and don't have a down payment, it's still unattainable unless you're going to rent them. And then if you don't have a credit rating, then you're still fucked. So I don't know what their fucking plan is here to fucking get all these people in houses, especially when they can't house them because they got no credit rating, no jobs, and no money, including the rest of us. Like I'm fucked. I don't have a down payment for another house. After I paid for this one and paid my parents out, I wouldn't have any money left over to fucking put a substantial down payment on anything either. Especially because houses are $500,000 now. You need like $60,000 just to even make a fucking dent and not have a fucking mortgage payment that's not $5,000 a month. And then you have to have a job that's paying. My job doesn't pay me $5,000 a month. So how is anybody affording a $500,000 house? Because wages don't fucking match up to, like, even making the money that I make, which is not, I $4 above minimum wage, which isn't that great. Well, $18. So I'm making $21 an hour. $45,000 a year. That's still not enough money to pay for a $5,000 a month mortgage because I don't make $5,000 a month. Right? And if you don't have that income level, you can't even fucking do a need test. I don't make enough money to even afford a fucking $400,000 house. I don't make enough money to afford a $300,000 house. And you can't even buy a $300,000 house anymore. So where does that leave us? Right? It leaves us all fucked. So like I said, all these fucking, little homes and stuff that the Canadian government's going to build, people don't have money for down payments and people don't have money to fucking pay for them. It doesn't make any fucking difference, especially got no credit rating and you're freaking living houseless. You're not going to be able to attain anything. So it ain't going to fix fuck all. Just saying. It's a great idea. It's a wonderful idea. But for all these whiner criers that fucking, can't afford fucking anything anyway, how is that going to help? Can't grow weed anymore fucking to make fucking living. I don't see anybody growing massive amounts of fucking coca leaf. What are you going to do? Before we could actually grow weed and fucking, now you can't do that. Yeah, well, that's life. Again, this week on Wednesday night, Al and I will be live on the networks for Pace Radio. I believe they had the psychedelic news this morning. Al and Cindy. And there's network and content all week long and all day Saturday on this network. Like I said, there's a consultation also going on Health Canada's website for the CBD product, and it's consultation on packaging and on whether that should be able to be sold across, under the counter, over the counter, like Tylenol, whether it should be sold in a pharmacy, whether it should be sold in a gas station type of thing, like what the regulation should be for, that, and the manufacturing levels of it. Now, even if you grow hemp, like there's a difference between hemp CBD and cannabis CBD, just saying. And there are actually cannabis plants that are specifically growing now just for CBD. CBD also comes in white powder form. If you get it from the University of Victoria, it will come in white powder, like crystal. And that's actually how it should come, if they're using it in any product. Even this tea that I've got here was, has CBD powder in it. You can see it. Oh my God, these dogs are outside because I was a dummy and left the door open. That fire behind me almost feels like it should be on too because it's fucking cold. Like, when did it's May. I get that. It's only like, Mother's Day is just passed. It's just the 13th or 12th. But apparently there was frost out in Wycliffe last night. So again, growing your cannabis plants in the zones that you're in, don't put them out yet. Don't put anything out till after the 20th of May. After the May long weekend, but don't. And in Cranbrook, we always say if there's still snow on Baker, don't put anything in the ground because it's going to snow again. It inevitably will. It always seems to be that way. I don't know why, but it does. All right. So, we're going to go I Love Weed Live. I'm going to promote them too. So it's a YouTube channel called I Love Weed Live. And let's go take a peek at it. I can look maybe on my phone. Oh, cool. So this is it. I Love Weed Live. We're going to subscribe. And it's around live nightly around 6 Pacific Standard Time. So that's an hour behind me. So 7 my time. Awesome. Awesome. This looks great. Well, I'm really glad to be, learning about this. So that's I Love Weed, everybody, on YouTube. Perfect. That was so cool. Okay, so now we've made that connection. Okay, we can't open this because they don't like me. Well, they do. They like me. They just don't like the cannabis. That's it. I guess again, like the Philippines is having another election. I guess the two families are fighting big time, and the former Philippine president, prime minister, whatever he is actually in The Hague right now, being tried for war crimes because he killed so many people that were apparently either they were drug users, maybe they weren't drug users. They might have been assumed to be drug users, and he killed thousands of people to try and eradicate drug use. Well, prohibitions never work. Never mind this. Like, that's what I mean. Like, why I have a firm belief that all drugs should be regulated. As much as I hate the regulation of cannabis too, but at least I know it's safe. Like, it's not full of mold and shit anymore. And, full of fucking bags of seeds. And you know what I mean? Like, I bought pounds that had 90 grams of seeds in them. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm paying for this shit. That's another fucking lifetime ago. But if it's regulated, manufactured, tested, regulated, put behind, the amounts, even if you have to have security guards fucking hanging out front. I don't know what the answer is because people are going to use drugs. And I also want to say that, the thing of it is, everybody makes a big point about, East Hastings, downtown Vancouver. When I was a kid in the 70s, we were always threatened. Don't do drugs or you end up downtown east side. It's always been like that. It's just that now we've got social media and people fucking taking pictures. And now that the drugs aren't the drugs anymore, the drugs are toxic and they're fucking killing people like flies. That's why there's a great big push for it. And it was because one group of women that lost their daughters down to the east side to start to make, a fuss. And it's called Mom Stop the Harms. It's kind of like mad. They got all fucking huffy and puffy and started making a bunch of fucking, yeah. So be very careful about, the groups that you follow too, because some of them are really great. Like I'm not knocking Mom Stop the Harms at all. But some of I don't agree with all their policies. I agree with some of them. But again, at the end of the day, these groups are always out looking for money. Just like MAD was. MAD makes a very big fucking fuss. The government funds them. And then they make them ridiculous fucking commercials that show, a joint. Hey, man, hey, dude. Joint and a beer on one side. The government actually fucking funds that. They give these non-for-profits fucking money, grants and funding to make these ridiculous fucking propagandist commercials that are fucking bullshit. So it's the same thing. Any like MAD? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Some of those commercials just infuriate me. They have a rollover on the guy, and then lying right beside the guy is a pipe that looks like a fucking crack pipe to begin with. Doesn't even look like something that anybody that smokes cannabis would use. And that's their fucking commercial. Don't smoke and drive. Fuck off. Like, seriously, fuck right off. Anyway, that's how I feel. And yes, I'm vile about it. I don't care. I'm sick of the propaganda that makes people like, that use cannabis into something that they're not. And that's been happening for so many years and the stigma that goes along with it. Like, I'm not calm and I'm not nice and I smoke cannabis on a regular. So does it really calm people down and make them nice? No, it doesn't. Well, it might. Sometimes, but not always. Especially when, you got so much boiling against you, right? And that's how you feel when you've been fighting for so long. You're in fight or flight, right? And as patients, we're always in fight or flight, right? So we got about 10 minutes left of the show, and I guess we'll do a shout out to a few people like I Love Weed on YouTube. Daryl with his product nohigh.ca or zerohigh.ca. He's a sponsor of the CSP. I'd like to also shout out to all my CSP sponsors because we need you and we appreciate you. All the back work gets done as well as the front work. Just to everybody that puts, a foot at a bed every day just to get up and keep working and moving with their chronic levels of pain, chronic illnesses, because that's what we're here for. We're here to educate. And on that note, I'm going to bop out of here about 10 minutes early because I know there's another show coming on back to me, and I'm freezing to death here. And shout out to, Michelle. Well, it'll be 20 years in 2006 because I met my husband in October 2005. It's 2025, so it's 20 years this year for our anniversary, and then 2006, and because I started this year after I met him. So 20 years coming up, folks. 20 fucking years, 2 decades. That's incredible. And it took us almost a full decade to get us to legalization. So maybe if we keep pushing, we can get psilocybin. Right? Come on. Because there's always a fight, right? There's always something to change. Anyways, you be the change. Quit gouging each other, because that's where we stop it. It's not anybody but you. So be the change you want to see. You have a great day. Oh, potential fraud. Bye. Take care.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
And that's where my research on the plants and the species and that, and finding out, so that we're not just looking at it as cannabinoids and terpenes, but we're looking at it as cannabinoids, terpenes, and nutritional aspects. Right. So you can be meeting your health needs in 3 angles or more, rather than just the 2 when we look at cannabis, and we're not forgetting all about the fact that it is a plant.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Yes, we're.
And I'm going to say
here. What?
I'm going to say hi again. I'll explain that when you're done.
Oh, I was just going to say, we are here. We're not queer, but we're really high.
The reason I said hi again is because I forgot to remove us from the room when I hit the live button.
Oh. Well, I mean, okay. Whatever.
Oops. I better hit that go button.
You'd think you'd know what you were doing after how many years? Oh.
Yeah, I know. Well, normally I've been using the intro automatic.
I thought it was set up, and I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it wasn't. So I just hit the button afterwards. I went, oh shit, better hear now.
Let me just hear. There, that's what we're missing.
Oh, okay.
So we'll go here. And there. Now it will go.
Yeah, now it will go. Yes.
Yeah.
But so I got a question for you, and for everybody else who tunes in.
All right.
What are you smoking?
I have to change that. I got it. Did you see what I did, Al? Before I answer, I put our avatar. I stole your avatar that you made. I'm smoking some Mac 1 at the moment.
Mac 1?
Yeah.
Today I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different vape cartridges to consume during the broadcast.
Okay, now how can you actually test 6 different fucking cartridges in a 90-minute show, Al?
Who said anything about testing? That's in the review stage.
Okay.
I got something completely different for that.
Oh, all right. I've got a few things loaded here in my Facebooky stuff.
Oh, yes.
And one of them is from our friend Steve Bloom at Celeb Stoner. That we're going to talk about 10 cannabis dispensary brands that are owned by celebrities.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've also
I imagine there'll be some that will be maybe finding out the first time.
yes, I'm sure there are some that we know. I'm sure most of them we know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found that interesting, and I've got a show that I want to show a trailer of that I watched from Prime as well. I will do that later. It's called.
Yeah, we'll do that during the entertainment and section there. But
that's called On Call, which is a new cop show that they've got on Prime.
All
But it was
right.
different. So.
And for myself, for today, I've got some recipes. They call them the 10 best cannabis recipes.
I think
so. We'll find out when we go through them. And I've got some news. Being this is the first show of the year that we've been back live, I've got some top 2024 international cannabis stories, as well as I got.
We really didn't do a lot of year-end stuff.
No. And I've got some year-end when it comes to sports, year-end sports cannabis-related news as well.
Cool.
So we'll get into that as the show progresses throughout to the morning.
And what are you drinking?
What am I drinking today? I am drinking something.
One of your little concoctions?
No, nobody else can have that unless they live here, because they have to be on my well in order to get the well water I got in my mug.
Oh, you got nice spring water?
What's that?
You got nice spring water?
Yeah, well water or whatever. Yeah. See, when I lived in town, you sort of had the taste of the river. A little bit of an algae taste sometimes. It used to be really bad when we first moved to Campbellford, and then over the years it got better and better and better. But people from out of town say they could still smell the water.
I could smell the water when I was in Hastings, because I lived up there for a little while, as you know.
Yeah.
And
same water source.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing, but it was. Ooh, that. Welcome to my world. Oh, it's the wrong one.
It's still not the right one. There's only two of us, man. We could call our audience.
Anyways,
our audience the third one.
I never tried the water at the farm because all I had was a well, or like a pond. And although several people said you would have been fine using the water for my plants.
Good morning, Kent.
I
got a message there.
I can't. I didn't ever use it. I got bottled water, as you know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I hated it until we got the bins. Al took me to get some water jugs, big. What do you get?
1,000 liter tote. We had got you a black one in order to help you create some warm water.
Yeah, and it was really, really cool because I had it up on the top of the hill, as you know, by the gate, and by 11 o'clock, the water was not boiling hot, but nice and warm enough to have a shower.
Well, that was the thing, right? And if you needed water to be cold, you could always put it in the fridge, right?
Well, I bought bottled water still because I was told not to drink out of those jugs because I didn't know what was in it. So all I did was water the plants, the dog, and showered and did stuff. Right? Yeah,
not for consumables. Exactly.
No, we didn't drink it. We didn't drink it, but and the water here in Terrace Bay feeds right from Lake Superior, which, as we've discussed many times, is the coldest of all our Great Lakes here in North America. Yeah. And the water is always cold right out of the fucking tap. It's like ice cold right out of the tap, dude.
Even after making its way through the ground and all the processing.
It's minus 30, dude.
Yeah. It's a little chilly up there, eh?
It is a little chilly, and it's been windy, and I lost another panel on the greenhouse.
So
on
is
the other
this
side now.
is this ice fog that I'm seeing in the screen? Is this from the coldness? You know.
You know what? I'm trying to light a joint, but what I've done is I have my buddy Dean got me this little stand, and
Okay. Yeah.
incense goes on top of it,
Yes.
and the incense has a hole in it, and it draws down, not up. So it creates but what I've discovered is
Draws so that the smoke from the incense comes down.
it
instead of
comes down, it goes
floating
through a
out
little
into the
hole.
air.
Yeah, it goes through a hole, and then it goes out into the air. And what I've discovered is that if I put it directly under the camera, I get a really neat effect.
Oh yeah.
I'll do it with my doobie.
So like, what draws it down?
It's just naturally you light it at the top, and as it burns down, it draws through the hole in the center of the incense.
Yeah.
And comes down the little holder and spreads. It's just it's like a cool little, but Dean made sure that he got me a mushroom in a hand. So that's
yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
He gets me mushroom stuff, incense, and gnomes. He likes to find gnomes that look like me.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have a few.
you do, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Shall we get on to your 5 high list? High 5, or however you pronounce it.
It's what
it's called the list.
the list I have today is 7 reasons to eat nuts.
Really?
These nuts, and I'm gonna try and pull it up as big as I can.
Okay, well, hang on, I gotta run this.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right,
I'm certainly high on the list.
Yeah, I can't eat nuts.
I know. I'm tapering off nuts because I am seeing that
problem.
Yeah. Do we want to do 7 nuts, or do we want to do 10 cannabis dispensaries?
Cannabis dispensaries. Why not?
All right.
There are cannabis nuts.
Well, I don't know. Are there cannabis nuts? Is cannabis nuts? Cannabis makes me nuts.
Flavor, roasted, whatever, cannabis related, but go ahead.
This is our 10 cannabis dispensary brands owned by celebrities.
Yes. Yeah, we talked about that 10 minutes ago.
Yep. So, number 1 is Burner. I don't know who Burner is.
Neither do I. Burner.
Be Real, of course, we know who Be Real is from Cypress Hill. And he has several dispensary locations in California, as you can see.
Now, when we talked about this earlier on, it was we said, well, we'll probably know everybody on there. And the very first one, neither one of us knew.
Yep. And let's see who. I didn't even look to see who he was. He's an entrepreneur, a rapper, and an entrepreneur. He has 75 in 15 states,
plus Canada, Israel, Puerto Rico, and Thailand.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of stores.
So it's Lemonade's sister brand, is what it is.
Huh.
Oh, is that? Yeah.
Well, he owns cookies. Well, what it says there, he owns cookies and lemonade.
Yeah, I don't know that store. Do you?
And cookies is in Canada.
So you've seen.
Yeah, I was talking to Tamara. Had some.
So down to Be Real again, and Dr. Green Thumbs is his dispensary locations.
Yeah, he's got 8 stores.
It looks like 8. Yep.
Yeah, 8. All of them are in the U.S. Looks like most of them, all
of them are in
California.
California, except for one in Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cheech and Chong, of course, we know them.
Yeah.
6 stores now. Geez.
6 stores. All
Yeah,
in the
and
U.S.
that's Cheech and Chong's dispensaries. I'm surprised, being that Tommy is Canadian, that they haven't opened anything here. But
yeah. Who knows? See what
One
happens. It's probably in the works.
Woody Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson.
And his partners are Bill Maher and John McEnroe in the woods.
Oh, okay, yeah. They've only got one store.
They only have one store.
I want to make Hollywood citizens a little bit higher. Not your ordinary flower shop.
But
he would
Bill Maher and John
scroll back
McEnroe.
up. Scroll back up. Okay, so this is his store right here. This is Woody Harrelson's The Woods.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was thinking that it was the picture below, but this is his store here. Okay.
No, it seems to be the picture above.
Correct.
So it would be this one. Yes. There's the article right there.
Yeah. Okay.
So like I said, I'm surprised with the partnership there.
Yeah. Wonder why,
Bill Maher, yes, I know, we all know Bill smokes. He talks about it all the time. But John McEnroe, I didn't realize was a cannabis.
Either did I. I didn't either, but
it makes sense.
It does.
That's probably why he's not as angry as he used to be. Al Harrington. I don't know who Al Harrington
back
is.
down. Okay, hang on. All right, I just want to put the picture in with the wording. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right.
There you go. So he's a former NBA player with the Nuggets. Well, Nuggets.
The Nuggets
all works together, right?
And Kicks.
Yeah.
Or
Knicks. The Village. They got 4 stores.
Yep.
He's in 3 different states.
Yeah. And
okay,
Paper and Leaf. Brandon Hill. I don't know who that is.
Blues Travelers drummer. The name almost sounds familiar to me, to tell you the truth.
Is that who that
Travelers does? I know that. That's not a problem. Co-owner Steve Kessler.
I know Blues Travelers consumes. I follow John Popper. He's one of my favorite voices.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen him live.
He says, I started Paper and Leaf from scratch with Steve Kessler. It's all about working together to break the stigma. So there you go. Paper and Leaf, that's a joint, right?
Makes sense to me. What do we got here? Marley's Naturals. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Although, you know what? I thought they had many more stores than that.
Just the one, eh?
The one in Kingston, Jamaica. They don't have any stores in the U.S.
Yeah.
But you can get their brands in the U.S.
Yeah.
I believe, and we covered this many years ago, they bought a prison in California and turned it into a full-out grow, where that's where they grow the Marley brand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. What else we got here? Reckon the Chef. I don't know who that is.
No. Wong Tang Clan member.
Oh, Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang. Okay.
Yeah, Wu-Tang Clan. Okay, so he's a rapper.
Yeah. Hash Astoria. So that means the store's name is Hash Astoria. So something tells me it's probably leaning that way.
I would think so. What else we got here? Swede. This is wow.
Snoop Dogg.
The Snoop Dogg. I don't know who that is.
Either way. It says he's a rapper.
That's what he says. Yeah.
Only 2 stores.
Again, but
one of them is in the Netherlands.
You can get his products worldwide.
Yeah, well,
even here in Canada.
Is it? It lists the Netherlands as one of the locations. And he was also at one time, he was in a battle over copyright infringement because he had a brand called Leafs. Yeah, and the logo had a leaf on it. It sort of looked a lot like the hockey end of things.
Okay. So what? The Maple Leafs went after him?
Yeah, there was copyright infringement.
The Toronto
There was
Maple Leafs
battle
went
going
after
on.
him.
Yeah, I don't know what the final outcome obviously was, but
Yeah, I don't.
you don't hear of it anymore. So
Exhibit, yes, of course.
L.A. rapper associated with Dr. Dre and Snoop.
Oh yeah, he's a big name, and that's it. That's number 10.
There
So
you
we
go.
knew most of them.
Yeah. I've heard of them. Something along that line, right?
Yeah, man. It's it's a different world.
Sure
It's
is.
world.
Oh yeah.
Do we want to throw some nuts in the mix?
Sure, while we're at it.
All right. Here, let me pull some nuts out. You're gonna pull my nuts out. Hold on, people. I'm working on it. Having a hard time finding my nuts.
Just share them, will you?
I'm sharing my nuts.
Here it comes. There you go.
So this is a list of 7 reasons to eat these different nuts. And can you even read that, Al? I can't even
Hang
see
on.
it.
I just blew it up. Walnuts.
Okay.
Yes, walnuts are a good source of ALA and omega-3 fatty acids that support bone health by boosting density and reducing inflammation.
I enjoy walnuts. I that's one of my nuts that I like.
Yeah, I like them too.
But you can't eat them.
I can't eat any nuts now. I eat peanut butter, but it's not crunchy peanut butter.
And I don't like peanut butter, but I like peanuts.
So you get almonds as
I
well
love
as
almonds.
Brazil nuts. Brazil
nuts.
nuts are rich in selenium. That's an antioxidant. So that's
Yes,
good.
and you can also get Brazil nut oil. You can get pretty much any nut oil.
Yeah. No, I think I'm hearing my dog at the door.
Mine hasn't been out yet.
Isn't she? Yeah, I'm hearing mine scratch. So keep talking about the nuts on the list. I'll be right back.
Al, I can't even read the nut list.
Oh, can you? Oh, okay. All right. I'll continue.
Okay, no, I got it. I can't read the words, but I will try. We got pecans, rich in something long, fats, and antioxidants. Such as vitamin E, which helps lower bad cholesterol. And then we got some cashews.
Cashews. They contain unsaturated fats, especially some type of acid. Oleic acid.
I don't
They're
mind.
good for fiber, plant-based protein, which contribute to a healthy heart and overall nutrition.
Yes, cashews are one that you will usually find in a mix.
Yeah. And the infamous peanuts,
which are a lot of people are highly allergic to.
Yes. Well, it says though legumes provide healthy fats, protein, and fiber, supporting heart health, weight management, and muscle repair.
Muscle repair is good.
Yeah. And then there's macadamia nuts. They're high in monosaturated fats, supporting heart health, reducing inflammation. Hey.
And it's not hazelnuts and macadamia nuts. I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah. Aiding weight management, helping control blood sugar with low glycemic index.
Yeah,
so they would be good for people with diabetes, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I've heard it's a good nut for people with diabetes. Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. There's your list of nuts.
That was nuts, man.
Yeah, that was crazy nuts. All right. So remove that. There you go. You're gone. I took it out.
That's what I was
That
working
was
on.
nutty. But nuts are obviously very good for people. It's just, it's people like myself that are dealing with digestive issues. They're hard on the system in order to break down. And
I'm having a hard time with vegetables, with frozen vegetables, like corn and peas and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, it sucks. My list of not edibles are getting longer, like yours.
Yeah. Well, you find out ways of cooking the same thing in different ways. Sort of like chicken, like I can only eat chicken, turkey, and fish when it comes to meats, like normally. Now I've added some pork though.
You can't eat beef?
No, I won't eat beef. Not now. No, that almost hospitalized me the last time I ate it.
But you can eat chicken and fish.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
red meat that is.
It's the red meat, and pork's not the same as beef as far as trying to break it down in your system.
Yeah, but it's got uric acid a lot. Like it's really high in uric acid, and it can cause gout and things like that.
Yeah,
chicken, right? Wait.
Yeah, that wasn't what was bothering me. It was just the beef's is hard for your system to break it down in order to process it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and pork's not.
No steak for you.
No, I won't eat steak. No, thank you.
Oh yeah, I love steak. Yep.
All right, talking about steak and stuff. You know what time it is? It's that time. But I don't think I got a steak recipe. That's all. But I do have some recipes. Here we go.
I had a steak last night that was pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm just going through the list. I'm not gonna actually. This works out pretty good because each recipe has a video.
So let's go. Let's sit back and smoke a joint and learn how to cook stuff.
Here's special brownies. How to make weed brownies.
Are we allowed to say weed still?
Yeah, people do. Yeah. No bake can of cookies. So cookies that you don't even need to bake, Al.
Oh.
But do you get baked eating them?
That's the question. We'll have to try them and find out. Let's play that video and see.
Yeah.
Let's play that.
Tea. How to make cannabis tea.
Yeah.
Cannabis butter. Everybody needs to know how to make cannabis butter. Right? Okay. What's next after the butter? We go into space cakes.
Ooh, yum. Basically brownies.
Brownies, yeah. It looks like it's got nuts.
I like nuts. We just discovered this earlier.
Okay. Ice cream.
You scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Yeah, it's a 3-minute video. How to make cannabis ice cream. Wonder if it tastes like chlorophyll.
Now you see, I've made ice cream. But not cannabis ice cream. I have an ice cream maker.
Okay.
And I made an orange sherbet that I'm going to eventually do medicated.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just C plus, orange C plus, right? Or is it C plus? Yeah, I guess C plus. And of course your milk stuff and some sugar, or not even some sugar. No, I think that was it. Just the milk stuff. The what do you call it? Sweetened evaporated stuff.
Yeah. It's not the cream.
No, it's the other stuff.
Yeah.
The
other stuff. Yeah, exactly.
The other can. It looks the same. I know because I bought the wrong can the first time.
Did you?
Yes, I did. It wasn't very good.
I just took a quick look at the recipe and it doesn't tell me. Cannabis peanut butter cookies.
No, just you can skip right that.
Magic pancakes. Yes, I've made magic pancakes lots of times.
I've put cannabis butter on my French toast and pancakes, but I've not infused a pancake.
Yeah, I've infused them, and then waffles too, man.
Waffles, I've had them, but I've not done them.
Oh, it's the same mixture, just a different machine cooking them.
Kelly uses Bisquick.
Oh yeah. It's been a while since I've made them.
Yeah.
So, Grandson's coming down for a visit. I heard the printer going. You got a 5-minute chocolate mug cake.
I have a mug cake in a mug that I got for Christmas, and it comes with the mix, the mug, and Smarties to go in it. I have not done it, but I ate the Smarties already.
Did you? Did you get everything, buddy?
Yeah, I got it.
All righty. Have fun. Looks like he's going to be doing some coloring.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, homesick from school. So, all righty. And number 10. Look at these Reed Oreos, man.
Oh, yes. I've had a frozen version of this with ice cream.
Have you?
Yes.
They say mixed Jello, Oreo cookies, and cream with 500 milliliters of milk in a bowl.
How long is the video?
Oh, it says 1 minute.
Let's watch it. There you go.
Isn't that easy to mix? Melted? There you go. What'd you think of that?
I'm in awe.
So am I.
You know, I tell you, like, I'm not much of a dessert cooker. I like to make meat and stir fries and meatloafs and stuff like that. But you know, I've seen enough videos and enough people doing like baked goods that it's not that hard, but you need to be good at baking.
Yeah.
Right? If you're not a baker, it's very tedious. But if you're a baker, you know, you got this.
Well, my son, he went to school to be a baker, worked in a bakery for like 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So does he do your baked goods?
He's like 4 hours away from me, so no. But yeah, he loves to cook. Loves to cook. Yeah. So okay, I am putting these recipes. The link is going into our chat, and
oh yes, I forgot to put the link for the article that I had as well, but it's on my wall.
There you go. Today's recipes, including the cannabis Oreo cookie.
The cannabis Oreo cookie.
Yeah. That was good. I like that. So we'll have to try that.
You know,
I thought that like when they took the top and bottom off and they removed the icing, first thought that come to my mind is whoever's doing that is going to really love that job, because everybody loves looking. It's what you normally do, right? You separate them and you eat the icing first, and so that's what I thought they had done. But but in the video they throw it right in the mix. It probably helps stiffen things up too.
Well, my was is that going to be really runny, or is it?
Well, yeah. I had that same concern. That's why I'm thinking that they added the filling back into the mix in order to thicken it up. That's what I was thinking, anyways. So, all right. Anything else on the recipes?
No, I'm hungry now.
You're hungry now. Sorry.
It's okay. You do this to me every week.
Every week. I
yeah.
know. All right. Okay. Well, let's just run a quick video, and then we return with a product review.
Okie dokie.
All right. We'll be back in like 23 seconds. Okay. Are you looking for nonstop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. All righty, it's time. All righty.
I didn't hear my high list thing. Did we do that?
Your high list? Yeah, you did. We did the nuts and the dispensaries. I just got a message. I got a delivery coming in like 10 minutes.
Your
Just give me a
meds?
second. Yeah, you gotta respond.
Dead air. Dead air.
Yeah, no, you gotta keep talking while I respond to this guy.
How can I smoke a joint at the same time? It'd be like,
Okay,
hey, what happened?
Yeah. I got to.
You gonna tell us what the meds are?
Yeah. The review is what I did is I took some of my cherry dragon cannabis that I've already done a review on, and I took that and took it over to my friend's place, Mr. Squishy 705. He said hi to us earlier.
Yes.
And had him squish it some. And it's hard to see probably because it's a dark container, right? So everything just looks dark.
So you got some cannabis, a strain.
Yep, cherry dragon.
And then went over and had them squish. Now, how much did you put in, and how much did you get out?
I didn't weigh what I got out of it.
Al,
I know.
We've spoken about this, Al.
It's not the first time. I know. But I got lots. And so what I did before the show, I
loaded your shatterizer.
I loaded my shatterizer.
And are you liking?
Yeah, I am liking, and very effective. And it's all natural, it's organic. I grew it myself. I know what I put into the soil.
How much did you put in though?
In here?
No, how much weed did you squish?
An ounce.
Okay. I have not squished in a while.
Might have been more. Yeah, I think it was.
I've kind of
it tastes good.
I've been using a lot of hash.
Have you?
It's been helping me sleep, so I haven't been squishing. But I broke my the stock there in my dewdrop.
Yeah.
And Dave is nice enough to be sending me one, but mail is crazy now.
Yeah.
I'm not able to use it until I get a new one. I didn't want to I thought about that super gluing it back together, and then I was like, I'm gonna be vaping fucking super glue. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. So I've just been doing snakes. But I like that you know, with the shatterizer. Speaking of shatterizers,
Yeah.
I like the fact that you can use oil because there's an oil pod. You can use concentrates. That's what it's made for. You can burn weed in it, but don't tell Matt and Val that I said that.
What? Said what? Okay. I won't say anything.
But what I like about it is, you know, sure, you can go to the legal store, to the indigenous store, to your buddy down the road. Hell, you can probably get a CBD pen at the corner store now. But you know, it's usually an isolate or a distillate that they have in those pens.
Yes.
Some of the stuff that they use as filler is not supposed to be inhaled. And I just can't do it. You know, I mean, they're reasonably priced. You can get some really good pens with some nice, but I don't do well with just an isolate or a distillate.
Yeah, the last one that I've bought, I asked for live rosin.
And you got that, yeah?
Yeah, and I got it because of the others that I was buying. They would say added flavor agents.
Yes, yes.
What is it? What is a flavor agent?
Well, you know, it's if you were to ask them seriously, they'd probably say we add terpenes, buddy. You know, but with the shatterizer, you don't.
Why not just add botanical terpenes? I've seen that written on some of them, which is fine. It's
you don't get the additives with something like a shatterizer.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, I made this all. Right?
And they're available at the OCS and many fine dispensaries throughout Canada and the world. You can get a shatterizer anywhere in the world now, you know, as well as their shatterizer extract brands.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Extracts as well.
Extracts. Exactly. Yeah. I have had some of that.
I've had some too because I'm their chief tester.
Oh, to what new products? I know you can't tell us.
No.
But, yeah, no. This unfortunately cherry dragon rosin is not available in stores. You're gonna have to grow some and squish it. So, and just with heat, that's the nice thing. Technically, it's one of the only legal ways of doing it. Because anything explosive.
Yep. It you know, that butter oils but not, what do you call them? Plant oils.
Yeah.
What else? Olive oil.
Yeah, I make coconut oil and all that stuff.
You got your vegetable glycerin as well that you can use.
Yeah, I've done that in the past. I haven't made that in years.
That's what I prefer, the vegetable glycerin method, because most people don't, because it's very sweet. But being diabetic, it sweetens my beverage, my tea, right?
So you can consume it. It doesn't bother your diabetes then.
No, it'll spike it a little bit.
Oh, really?
Right, just like a sugar additive, like a substitute, right? They actually spike your AC1 as well.
When I was making the vegetable glycerin, I gifted some to a lady who was dealing with throat cancer, who was in her 90s. Yes, and they were quite impressed with with using it.
I had a big jug that I got through Ross, actually.
Yeah,
and I was making, because I got my magical butter machine, and I was just going nuts making fucking tinctures, but I was using it, right? Like I wasn't giving it away even, really. I was, I put a couple of drops in my tea and in my craft dinner or whatever I was making when I needed it. Right now, I've got a cannabis and virgin olive oil mix, which is different.
That's what I've got going on right now.
Well, it's good for cooking, right? As long as you're not cooking too high. What I do is sometimes I'll make what I make, and then I'll put some in after it's made, so that I'm not burning it off while I'm cooking it, right?
Right. Yeah, because it's no use putting it in and then cooking it off, right?
That's what she said.
Yeah. But there we go. Okay, I haven't shared today's show.
I did.
Did you?
I tagged you in and everything.
Did you?
I did.
Well, I'll have to do that, but I'll do that at some point. Okay, so product reviews. You got anything you want to review, or is that it?
I don't remember, Al. Sorry. Not products.
Whatever you smoked. Because if you can't remember,
like I said, you know what? I went from basically maybe 27th until the 7th, and it was 10 days that I waited for my meds with none. And so then I got my meds, and I've been like mixing, and I've got some nice strains, and I'm enjoying it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's helping because of my knee, right? Big time.
Yeah.
So I'm highly over medicated at the moment, and I forget things.
Well, you've got something that needs to work on. You got that sore knee that's bothering you.
Yeah.
Which is an ongoing thing, from my understanding, right?
Yeah, it's been going on for a while. This leg, right? This
It
one
just
of the
doesn't wanna
things.
go
One of
away.
the reasons why I fell in the forest and a few other places.
Yeah.
I'm falling in my mom's footsteps.
Literally falling.
And using her walker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The walker,
yeah, that's right.
The walker
Yeah.
has helped, because the first 3 days I couldn't
Mhm.
move. I just kind of sat on the couch.
Yeah.
And then I had to limp, like literally. I was using I have a camping chair that I unfolded, and I was using it as a walker to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
Didn't shower. I couldn't shower for 3 days. I couldn't get in and out of the shower. Yeah, so happy to say that's not the case at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, a walk-in shower would come in handy if you're in that type of situation.
Fortunately, I have a low
tub
lid. I call it it's a 1960s, 1970s shower pod. It's a complete,
yeah. Yes. Yeah.
My shower pod. But luckily, I have a seat in there, so I've been all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just frustrating because, well, yesterday, as I told you earlier, I got up and walked into the kitchen and got halfway there, and I went, oh.
Yeah.
Because I didn't take the walker with me. So I'm having to walk with the walker to keep the weight off of it. I'm not supposed to be walking on it at all.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, here we are. Now an hour into the show, 45 minutes. I made it. So at least now you're looking at me.
Yes. I hate looking at the wall.
We might walk into it. So all right.
The funny part, I'm actually sitting in a closet.
Oh, are you?
My desk is actually in the closet. I'm not in the closet, but my desk and computers are all actually in the closet, right? And
yeah, I've seen that before. It gets the desk out of the room, gives you more room.
Yeah,
like
but
you're not using it as it's not a bedroom where you're hanging things in it.
No, it's my laundry room.
Entrance. An exercise room. We got a treadmill.
Oh,
And
it's a bigger room, is it? I thought it was just like a hallway.
well, it is. It is, yeah. Yeah.
My
Our
bathroom,
front entrance is there, and our stairs to upstairs is right there.
when you come in my side
It's a
door,
reverse location.
the bathroom's right there. The
Yeah.
bathroom is actually in the hallway. There's 2 doors that you can close it for some privacy, but when the doors are open, the bathroom is actually the hallway going into this part of the house.
Yeah. Oh,
It's weird.
weird.
Weird. Yeah,
Yeah, weird.
The,
All right.
well, you know, they maximize the space in these old houses. But anyways,
Yeah. All right. I think is it time for us to get into some news?
sure.
All right. We've got some news. Now, the headline on this story here that I've got in front of me says that it's a 2024 saw major international cannabis news in Germany, Ukraine, Australia, Poland, and other countries. So I figured, why not? Why just cover Canada? Let's cover, the world, right?
It's the number one subject on everybody's mind except for Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's down here. Germany, they began to legalize cannabis for adults. Next one. Now, marijuana moment, it tends to be jumpy. Okay, so bear with me here. I just finally got back to where I was. UN officials continue to criticize drug war, calling for focus on reducing harm. It says drug war. It doesn't say cannabis.
It's 2025, for God's sakes. Get a fucking
Correct.
grip.
Yeah. Medical cannabis is coming to the Ukraine this year.
That's interesting. During a war.
Correct. And it's because of severe illness and PTSD.
And maybe it'll chill people out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Need some of that in Russia. UN officials continue. Oh, okay. I jumped. Okay. Cool. Full legalization falls short in Australia.
Oh, that's too
the
bad.
Senate voted 24-13 to block the legalization legislation.
That is so sad for Australia.
It is. It is. It is. Okay. Switzerland pilot projects, and this is for cannabis legalization. They launched a regulated. They launched a regulated sales. What's that?
I thought Switzerland would have been legalized years ago.
Yeah, no, not by the looks of it. Yeah, limited number of participants. Okay, what else? Oh, that's it. That was the world end of things. Now, here in Canada, I'm going to say one of the stories that maybe not everybody heard of, and a lot of people look at it as you live in Canada, cannabis is legal here, everybody can grow here. No, but it's not like that, not whatsoever, because in Manitoba, the whole grown cannabis bill could come into effect in April. So all this time for the last 6 years, people in Manitoba haven't been able to grow their own cannabis.
Well,
Same
Quebec as well, right?
Yeah,
but they're the only two.
Quebec went all. Yeah, they're the only two two provinces. Quebec went all the way.
We're not in the U.S. yet, Al. Come on.
Yeah, I know. They're the only province that have gone right to the Supreme Court of Canada and actually won in order to stop their residents from consuming cannabis.
In
Manitoba never got to the Supreme Court because there was a change of government, but still, it's taking a while. And when I read this story, okay,
I'm gonna zing right through it here. It says that 19 years of age and older can cultivate up to 4 plants in their ordinary residence. However, a person will not be allowed to cultivate cannabis plants in different residences at the same time. So if you own 4 houses,
like
you can't grow 4 plants in 4 houses, right?
Like you can do here. I had the option of having my license in my apartment or at the farm.
Yeah, you
Not-
couldn't
but
grow in
not
both
both.
places.
But
Correct.
well,
That's
so
what that's saying.
You can have it at both places, but you can't grow at the same time at both places.
Correct.
Yes.
Now all cannabis plants will be required to come from seeds or
Really?
plant material that is not illicit cannabis. And all plants must be cultivated indoors in a room or a container that is securely locked or in a
So no outside growing.
no outdoor growing.
Wow.
No.
That doesn't seem fair to me.
I didn't like that either. I know BC's got a law where you can't be visible to the public.
They tried to do things like that here in Ontario. They added things like you can't be near, you have to be X amount.
Just a home daycare at one time.
But as far as
Mhm.
the legalities go within the regulations,
Mhm.
that's not allowed.
Yeah. Now it says here the proposed regulations state that a person who is cultivating cannabis in the residence may possess cannabis that they have cultivated that is not packaged, labeled, or stamped while that cannabis is in their residence. However, okay, so because it says while that cannabis is in the residence, what happens? What about outside the residence? Are they allowed to take cannabis outside the residence? And people were really questioning that. Now, according to the LGCA, they're saying the regulations is not stating that an individual cannot bring cannabis that they've grown legally in their home out of their home. So they still can, but the wording just says, while in their residence.
Are you allowed to consume in Manitoba in public?
I doubt it.
Like you can here?
Yeah.
Like in Ontario, pretty much anywhere that you can have a tobacco cigarette, you can use cannabis.
Correct. Yeah, I don't know what the smoking laws are, and
that is actually part of the law, isn't it? Is that not correct, Al? In
well,
Ontario?
it is in our province.
Well, yeah, because we've got the Smoke-Free Ontario Act.
Correct.
But they're trying to abolish the tobacco, not really the cannabis part of it. But unfortunately, it falls within the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, and this is one of the reasons why Ontario has no legal consumption labs.
Yeah.
Although there are many popping up on technicalities.
Yeah. Now, Kirk Tusaw, he was interviewed for this.
Yep.
Because he worked with Toba Grown, and he says, "We are pleased that Manitobans will finally be able to grow their 4 plants, like almost all other Canadians have been permitted to do since 2018. That said, it is disappointing that Manitoba will continue to prohibit outdoor cannabis cultivation on the misguided belief that doing so will protect young people. Cannabis has been grown outdoors throughout Canada legally for decades when you consider medical cannabis cultivation, and there are virtually 0 incidents in which young people have access to it. This is just continued fear-mongering that has no place in modern Canadian society." Hear, hear, Kurt. Exactly.
Apparently, he's back at working, eh?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. It's gonna. Well, I saw John Conroy post that after the next federal election, he wish he was a lot younger because it's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah. I know Jack is busy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, I can close that off. Okay, you got any other cannabis news that you want to add into there?
No.
No. Okay, all right. That means that it is time for. Oh, I deleted out my story. Oh no. I closed. Oh, because I had it there. It had the top stories for sports for in cannabis related stuff. Oh,
What happened?
yeah. Al hit the delete button on the wrong tab. That's what happened.
Not this, Al. My hands are right here.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? The thing is, it wasn't a story that was like right up at the very top of my.
Oh, so now you can't find it.
Well, I'm quickly, as we're sitting here, I am quickly scrolling through all the news that I've posted on the news Facebook page to see if I can locate that story again.
Not in your history, your browser history?
Oh no, I don't normally go there or anything like that. I don't normally use it. Oh wow, that's a bummer.
Next time.
Well, maybe next time. I do have some sports news though.
Okay.
I just don't. My kitty is home. I just don't have that sports news story. Like,
You
it's
can't
gotta
just
be.
walk in.
Yeah, the cat just walked in. You're correct. I don't know if you heard the door squeaking there or not.
Oh, you've got a pet door?
No, I just got someone open the door for him.
Oh.
That's all. But yeah, well, that's a bummer. And I'm almost there. I can feel it. That it's the story's probably like there's that first one. It's gotta be. There. No, that's not it. 5 reasons to grow your own cannabis. I thought that was it. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right there. Now I see why I closed it. It was another marijuana moment story. I just figured it was the right tab. So here we go. I got them. I just gotta. Let's just share it, right?
Get over.
What are you rolling
already? Huh?
Looks like you're rolling something.
No, I'm lighting an incense.
Your head's down.
I was lighting.
Okay. Well, here you go. I found it. I'll bring it up.
Now you'll see the effect in a second.
Oh, this is the one that blows the smoke up over the beer? Yeah, okay. All right. How come there it is. Okay. There we go. This is still loading because marijuana. Here we go. The sports league's top steps to update their cannabis policies as the legalization movement grew in 2024. When is that? Oh, okay. That's not the right tab. There we go. Too many tabs on the go, Al. The National Football League, they appears to have further reduced the penalties for players who test positive for THC. Okay. The National Football League agrees, as I just mentioned, to lower the THC. Let's repeat that. You see, they went from. This will increase from.
They've removed it from the
THC limit. Okay. Positive drug test. Yeah. A positive drug test goes from 150 nanograms to 350. So they have to be over 350 before they tested positive. Some fine reduction by the looks of it there. Nevada officials protect athletes from facing penalties of state legal marijuana activities. So that was good. Let's see what else. As the Olympics run away, U.S. athletes groups criticizes international marijuana policies. Let's see what else is going on there. Ultimate Fighting Championship warns fighters about penalties for testing positive for cannabis in California, despite legal or league-wide rule change.
That doesn't make sense because they've been very open.
I
I mean,
know, right?
Rogan's been pushing that for the UFC,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And Dana, what's his face? I can't remember his last name.
Yeah, I
The
don't
owner
know.
of the UFC.
National Basketball Association and Women's National Basketball Association partner with CBD companies. NFL partners with Canadian researchers on CBD study. Wonder who they were with. I don't see a name there. NFL and the Denver Broncos face lawsuit from player who incurred penalties over use of prescribed synthetic cannabis medicine. So he's basically taking a prescription
Navalone or something, yeah,
pill or whatever, the same as any other pill, and you get hassled over that. Wow.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, when I was on the Nabalone or Sesamet, as they called it, I still I would still have THC in my blood.
Yeah, for sure, exactly.
Right. You're very jumpy today, Al.
Like if they're taking a THC pill, it's obviously it came to them as a prescription. Like people don't make Nabalone at home.
No, you're very jumpy today. Somebody's using your satellite.
No, you think so? Yeah, it could be those marijuana moment things going.
It could, yeah.
Oh, did I?
It could be pot. You got pot in your keyboard.
Okay. No pot in my keyboard, man. I don't see any. All righty. On sports end of things still, I've got some scores here. NHL scores. Philly over Florida 4-3. Calgary over Chicago 5-2.
These are the hockey.
Hockey, NHL hockey. Yeah. And that's what we've got here.
Lenny usually sits and watches the OHL games while we're doing the show on Fridays.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well, his brother used to coach one of the OHL teams. That went to the playoffs. Yeah. But he was fired last year for some reason.
Oh, that's bad. Okay, well, Edmonton beat the LA Kings. There you go.
There
we go. Sports.
Hockey has begun.
Yeah, it started a while ago. It's almost getting ready. Well, a couple months to be playoffs, right? In the local leagues, like the local towns and all that, they'll be starting their playoffs anytime soon. So, all right, there we go. Sports news, news. Are you ready? We got
for
entertainment and events.
Oh.
Here we go. Okay. There we go.
So
entertainment. I didn't grab any events.
That's okay. I was watching, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I was watching a show called On Call, and it's a new cop series on Prime. It's different but the same, but a really, really down and dirty right from the beginning. And this is it's a 1-minute trailer, and if you like that kind of show, check it out on Prime.
All right. Tonight's an opportunity to act fast. No bullshit policy or red tape. We put these motherfuckers in check the way we used to. You're going zero tolerance on East Barrio. You want every banger possible locked up. If there's an outstanding warrant, parole violation, hook them up. I want to see lockup full tonight. Some of you already have specific assignments. Everyone else, get with the team to assist. If you do not want to assist, that's fine. Just stay out of the way. Lieutenant?
Let me be crystal clear. This isn't a retribution tour for Officer Delgado. This is about preventing more bloodshed. Use good judgment.
All right, everybody, let's go put in some work.
So this is it's Long Beach, California is where they take place, which unfortunately is where the fires are going on.
Fires
right?
are, yeah.
So a lot of listeners, watchers, followers from California. A lot of people from the industry are in California, and I just, I feel helpless because there's nothing. What am I going to do? What I don't like is what I'm hearing the orange guy saying, and also some of the stupid things that are coming out of people's mouths, like it was green rays that came out of the sky, and it's ridiculous. This is
really,
yeah, it was nature. Nature can be a beast, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And California is no longer what it used to be. Los Angeles is no longer what it used to be. Hollywood is no longer what it used to be. I've been in the Hollywood Mountains. An old friend has a house up there, and I'm sure it's not there anymore. I mean, what I don't like about the coverage is we're not allowed to share anything about it on Facebook. And because U.S. news is, and I guess the articles and the things that I am seeing, Al, are a little bit disgusting because it's all about the celebrities. It's not about real John and Bob and Carol. It's all about Steve Gutenberg lost his, backyard or his home, or all these huge celebrities have lost their homes, and I feel really bad, but they're not talking about the public people.
You and me.
Yeah.
Joe, yeah.
So I mean,
a lot of and like I said, there's a lot of celebrity homes up that way. So.
And here's another one. They're not using ocean water because the salt will destroy the ground and the vegetation. So they're not using ocean water, but yet they'll go and they'll fill up from a pool and use chlorined water. They're taking from the lakes and the reservoirs and stuff like that, but there's not enough. California, it's all.
I saw Newsom on TV saying there was enough water. He told President-elect and his buddy to come down to California and see for themselves.
Yeah, he basically told him to shut the fuck up, I think.
Basically, in a kind way. But I'm as far as your video there, that's on Prime now.
It's on Prime. Yep. On
how many episodes?
8 episodes, I believe. I watched them all in one day. I just put it on and go about my day.
Right. Were they like 45 minutes or something? Were they like 45 minutes or hours?
Yeah, hour long. It's you remember Homicide: Life on the Street?
No.
Is
it a show? I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like it's from the cop's perspective. As opposed to like Law and Order, you get both sides. Although I love Law and Order as well. It's something that's new, and it's done with the same action that you would get from Chicago PD. Which is another show that I enjoy. I like all the Chicago series except for Chicago MD. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Since my mom passed away and finding my mom when I went into her apartment. I'm
Oh, yeah.
unable to watch rescue shows anymore, and
Yeah.
because the instant I see somebody in distress on the floor, I get a flashback. Unfortunately, that's something I'm going to deal with for the rest of my life. I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now events. Just so you happen to know, I did
Yeah.
find something. Now
Whoop,
this,
whoop.
it didn't list anything that's happening tomorrow, but these are some bigger events that are happening across the country throughout the year in 2025. They
Why does it
oh, this
say
is 2024. Oh, ow,
Ow.
ow.
But I
All right.
will say, I
I'll
did
just
see
close
Can
that off.
Expo. I saw Can Expo listed there, and that's in March coming up.
Correct.
And
Yes.
we are going to be broadcasting there the whole weekend. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to doing something out and about with everybody and having fun because I enjoy doing stuff like that. So we'll be there. And you'll be able to either watch us here or you can go down. Of course, we want you to go down. You can go
Correct.
down and say hi to Al, and Sherry Ann will be there, and I believe Cindy will be there as well.
Cindy will be there. I was talking to Cindy yesterday. She's going to start looking for a room as well as booking her flight up here.
Cindy and Al are getting a room.
We're going to get a so we can
Airbnb.
be close to the event as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, and that way I'm not traveling back and forth all the
Stay
time.
away from that building across the street, though. I know it's in a different place. It's down at.
I'm thinking of a motel that is probably on Lakeshore Road. Am I thinking?
Oh, so you're going to go down to the Motel 8 on Lakeshore, are you?
Is
I've
that
been
what you're
there.
thinking?
I've been there. I used to stay at the Seahorse.
Did you?
Oh yes, a few times. Yep. They had the party house there.
Oh, so like how long ago was that?
Late 70s it would have been. 70s,
Wow.
early 80s.
Really?
Late 70s, early 80s. They had a house there which was the original owner's home, which they converted in and you could rent it for a night or a weekend, and we would have parties there.
Yeah.
It's not there anymore. I think it was next door to the Rainbow Motel 6 or whatever.
Now I think it was the Seahorse because
that was one of the most famous. That was one of the more famous ones where you could go and meet a really nice girl that you might get married to.
Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not
but
Gail and I, when we got married, we got a gift certificate, and I believe it was the Seahorse.
Was it? Well, that place, it was actually a very, very nice place back then.
Yeah, and we got to we went to a Blue Jay game down at the exhibition stadium.
Yep.
And
So
her aunt got us this motel room.
Going into the late 80s, early 90s, it wasn't. It was all the girls took over down there.
Oh no, this was.
But where you wanted to there, and
this would be 85.
Well, most of those hotels that were down there had their own little private beaches as well because they were right on the lake.
No, yeah, I can't remember.
Yep.
But and
they went from fine Lakeshore Hotel to Hooker Haven in a space of about 20 years.
Yeah.
And now it's all condominiums. I believe the girls are still down there somewhere, but I don't know. Yeah, they're hiding. They're now living in the condos.
Who knows? All right. Well, next week I'll find some events that's coming.
I had a just a funny offbeat story. I lived in an apartment on Vaughan Road in Toronto, Vaughan and St. Clair, which is an awesome area. It was right down the road from Dutch Dreams, the ice cream shop. That was in the movie The Freshman with Marlon Brando and Matthew Broderick. And It was an older building. But anyways, I had a bachelor apartment when I first moved in there, and the guy beside me, I won't say his name, but the guy beside me ran girls. And he used the apartment at night, and he just went home to his condo.
Yeah.
And so to keep me happy, he was always coming over with weed because he didn't want me to be pissed off, because you could hear the girls coming in and out with their johns at night and that, right?
Yeah.
So he was, once a week or so, he'd knock on my door and he'd have, a baggie here and a baggie there for me, keep me shut up. Toronto living.
No, I've been able to do it. I checked the date this time.
Oh, did you find some more lists?
I found some, and there was an event over the weekend. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that Nikki Lawley had posted about being in Canada at an event. But this
she
website
comes up
here,
to a lot of events.
she does.
Yeah.
The promo that we run on Saturday for the Pace Radio show is an interview that we did with her. And she said during her interview that she credits Canadian cannabis for saving her life.
Yeah, I've known her for years and years and years and years.
Yeah. All right. So we got here. You can see it there. Okay, January. Too late for this one. It happened last week. This was Alternative Products Expo. It was held in Peru. This list is more than just, this is global. The Sunny Cannabis Conference. That's where Nikki was at this past weekend. And
that was in New York.
There's Niagara Falls, Culinary Institute in New York. I thought it was here in Canada, but all right.
Well, you know what? People get that mistake because there's Niagara Falls, New York, and there's Niagara Falls, Canada.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe I just did that earlier. At the end of January, the 29th to the 31st, I get that word out, in Las Vegas, they're having the Total Products Expo.
There's a lot of those shows in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Weekly. Cool.
Just keeps going on. Champs trade shows. Champs trade shows. It's in Las Vegas. It actually was at the Metro Toronto Convention Center for 1 day.
They tried Champs up here, but it didn't work out so well.
Correct. Yeah.
Much like Lyft. I mean, Lyft is still in the closet as far as I know. I don't know where they are now.
Yeah. The Champs was here for the 1 year. I bought their T-shirt because it was a hemp T-shirt.
Yep.
But it didn't even have a leaf on it.
Really?
It didn't have a cannabis leaf on it. Maybe it had something to do with, coming across the border or something. I don't know. But they had no leaf on it. So Lucky Leaf Expo in Minneapolis. That happens at the end of February.
That 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Natural Products Expo in March. I'm just going to do the end of March. Alternative Products Expo. That's in March. That's in Colombia. Who's going to Colombia?
Coming up in the Toronto area, we're going to have a lot of access to different things that are going on, not just cannabis stuff. Sherry Ann Baker is going to be out and about, showing us what's going on in the city.
Spanibus. It happens in Spain.
I've always wanted to go to Spanibus.
Yeah. There's an International Cannabis Business Conference. I get a lot of news from them.
Now, that is owned by High Times now, I believe.
The IB
Cannabis or Spanibus.
Oh, Spanibus. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't say in here. Yeah.
I believe they were bought by the people who own High Times.
High Times.
Yeah.
Look at there, Canon Expo.
There
there, March 21st, 22nd. In Toronto, Queen Elizabeth Building at the exhibition place.
Yep, looking forward to that.
Yeah. Green Tech Americas. That's going on in Mexico. There you go. Here's a list of the end of March.
Now bookmark that so that you can. I have a list on my calendar as well. I should be taking a peek at during the show.
Yeah.
It's
I can't
remember.
It'd be nice to have some Toronto events in there because we're in
There
Ontario.
aren't any. I've been.
But we do because we're in cyberspace. We reach a global audience, so we got to have global events as well, right?
I wish that we could find a few people elsewhere to go to things like Spanibus or if you're going to Spanibus and you want to be our representative that's there, let us know.
Yeah. Go there and talk to people.
Yeah. I wish I could fly around and just do that stuff, but the thought of going through customs just terrifies me.
Well, yeah. We had a news story on Monday that Cindy and I covered. Pearson Airport. The number of arrests during the month of October was huge.
Of cannabis stuff?
Cannabis. People trying to smuggle cannabis in. Most of them was around 20 to 25 kilograms of cannabis.
And I've been watching the Canadian Border Patrol.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the stories are about people traveling around, getting caught at the border. Like if you go up to Thunder Bay or you go down to Toronto, if you go down the wrong road, bang, you're in the US. And if you have Canada, especially if you have Canada and it the same way coming back into Canada, if you have cannabis with you, here's what happens. Yes, it's legal here. It may be legal in the state that we're bordering, but you'll be charged with smuggling. And it doesn't matter what amount it is.
Right.
Okay. What they do is they go to the HSI, which is Homeland Security in the States. And if they have an inkling to charge you, you're going to be charged. And if not, you're going to be lucky. But chances are you're not going to be able to come into the country.
No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you'll be removed.
It's
even if you're down there and you get pulled over and they find out in a search that you've been busted for like 5 grams of cannabis.
Yep.
And you have a record for it. Yep. Yeah, you're in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also there's a lot of people that like I say, take the wrong road and end up at the border and they've got guns or they've got weed or they've got other stuff. And you can't bring that shit into Canada just because it's legal here. And they don't know that.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I didn't know. I thought because it was legal here, it's legal there.
Yeah, there's been a few reports of out west of people accidentally driving into the border.
But those are where their stories are coming from on that show. From BC.
Yeah.
Going from Vancouver, because you can go from Vancouver in the US to Vancouver in BC because there's a border city there, right? Basically. I've never been, I've just heard about it.
Yeah, I've never been either.
Yeah. You've never been out west?
Oh, I've only been as far as Calgary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I drove to Calgary for 12 hours and came home.
Huh.
Yeah.
With your brother?
It was just for a short drive.
I might do that this summer to visit my sister, actually.
All right. Well, there you go. Yeah, because she's out west. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can still do your shows.
Dude, I've done shows on the fucking 401, and you know it. So.
Yeah, I know. I got my laptop on here in the passenger seat. Those were the old days.
I had to pull over for commercials.
All right. Have you got anything else you want to touch on, or shall we say goodbye? Okay. You're saying goodbye. I want to run something before we say goodbye. So I got to run this. We'll just sort of work it all together here. I got to find the word closing. There we are. Okay. So, yeah, I'll let you get the cough out of you. All right. We're done.
Go ahead.
All right. We're done. We'll be back next week. We'll have, who knows, all kinds of news stories, or we'll have some munchie inducing recipes,
news, reviews, and views.
Yes. And remember, other than that, we'll see you all next week. And remember this little thing.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Re-Rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Both males and females showed enhanced accuracy after 3 weeks of THC consumption, particularly at longer delay intervals where aging tends to improve performance or impair performance. Importantly, this cognitive boost was not seen in young adult rats, suggesting that the effects are specific to age-related deficits.
Yeah, well, that makes sense that it doesn't work as well in younger people. Like in younger people, like everything's working up to prime. So they don't necessarily need that help. But as we get older, we need more help. So that makes complete sense. That's awesome. Yeah. These effects were specific to working memory. The same rats showed no significant changes in their performance on the spatial memory tasks regardless of sex or age. In the spatial memory task, the Morris Water Maze, which is, you get to walk around it, neither young nor aged rats showed any significant change in performance after chronic oral THC. So let's just take a look at that for like 0.5 seconds. They didn't notice any change. Like they're looking for advances, but they didn't notice any declines either. I think that was important to point out. We were somewhat surprised that cannabis THC only seemed to benefit working memory, mediated by prefrontal cortex, and forms of learning and memory mediated by the hippocampus, medical temporal lobe, Setlow told SciPost. This surprise was in part due to previous work in rodents showing that the latter forms of cognitive can benefit from low doses of THC.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for May 20th, 2025. Year's just motoring right along. I'm like the closer we get to summer, the happier I am. How you doing, Cindy?
I'm doing good. I am sitting in my car down on the waterfront here in Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Which you gave
instead
me
of in my home.
You showed me the boat that was out there. The big, what kind of boat is it? The big sailing.
We have what's called a tall ship in our harbor right now, and it is you can get on harbor tours on the tall ship boat. So I'm going to do that at some point in time in the next month. We also I showed you. I don't know if you got a really good view of it. We have a cruise ship in just down the way. A fishing boat is right here, so I got to show you all of that sitting in our harbor,
which is pretty cool. It was almost like being there.
Almost, but you weren't.
So how come you're there? What are you doing? What's going on?
Oh, well, I got my daughter tickets for a concert for Christmas. Avril Lavigne is playing here in Halifax tonight. This is, one of those bucket list concerts for my daughter. And I was a good mama, and I got her some VIP tickets for tonight's concert. But with VIP tickets, you actually have to be the person that bought them has to be the person that picks them up. So I have to go be there with her to get the VIP tickets. So half an hour after we're done the podcast, I have to be standing in line. She's about a 15-minute walk away. And so, I'll go up there, I'll be in line with her, I'll make sure she gets her tickets, and then I'll go home.
So you're going to go give Avril leaving instead of Avril Lavigne. Sorry, bad grandpa jokes.
That's okay.
I can't help it. I can't stop it. They just come out.
They just come out. Yeah, so just because of timing and everything, and I told my daughter I would just come do the podcast out of my car, and then I'd walk up and see her. So that's the whole plan.
I think it's neat that we can actually do that.
I think it's really cool.
That one year I'm working doing the snow removal. I'm sitting in there while we're driving around. We're moving snow, still doing the podcast. Sorry.
Yeah. You're doing the podcast on the phone, and Ricky's plowing, going back and forth. And oh my gosh, yeah, that was a great podcast. Didn't we have? Wasn't it Stephen Gray we had on that time?
Oh, I couldn't tell you who it was at the time.
I can't remember.
I'd have to go back.
But speaking of guests,
oh, I'm excited about this guest. I am. She's awesome. She is doing so much to open people's eyes to the magic and healing of microdosing. And I'm really happy to have her on. I've been, I met her a while ago, and I've been watching as everything she's doing is growing, and it's absolutely beautiful to watch. So should we bring her on?
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the one and only Dana Harvey. Hi, Dana. How are you doing today? Oh, hang on. We're not getting volume.
You're muted.
That's the mute.
There we go.
Started a great conversation with myself, though, but yeah, I'm excited to be here. Steve, you and I met each other in person in some training we were doing. I think it was like almost a couple of years ago now.
Yeah,
and then we had an experience based off that training, and we've gone deep.
It's been slow and steady growth, and helping and healing, and actually watching you has been inspirational for me. Honestly, it's been inspirational because watching what you're doing and manifesting and creating how you're delivering it, that was I had a vision that one day I would be doing something similar to that. The universe had a vision that my journey is supposed to be different. So I had an idea. The universe has a plan. I'm walking the plan, but boy, I sure love watching the people that are doing what you're doing. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and it's not just the universe that has plans for us. I think it's the mushrooms. Like, I'm only doing what I'm doing because I've been told to, no uncertain terms, by the mushrooms. So I follow.
Wow. So what got you on this journey? What was the beginning start of you going, I'm going to take this journey?
Yeah, well, it was the mushrooms. But I had a 3-decade-long career in corporate communications, and kind of really worked myself up to top leadership globally in doing corporate communications for new industries and emerging technologies. So places where the communication rules haven't been kind of written yet, and pioneering that. And so as psychedelics like rose as a new industry, so to speak, I got recruited into the industry side as CCO and head of investor relations for one of the publicly traded companies. So just continuing along on my career path, which I was thrilled with. It was an excellent position, kind of a great trajectory for my career. And I had already had I'd had experiences with psychedelics all the way back from my teenage years, but I'd had some transformative experiences with intention that really made me passionate about like learning about this and marrying together my own transformations with the science, the research, the history, the business, the marketing, like everything. So this position gave me an opportunity to deep dive and really learn from above ground masters, below ground masters, just what's going on in the science side, the clinical trials. And importantly, it got me to be working with the mushrooms in a really therapeutic way with a therapist and to undertake some big dose journeys supported with the therapy, supported with the intention, preparation, integration. And it was during a particularly transformative journey. I don't know how to say it, but a powerful journey that basically the mushrooms said to me, like, we've got you working with us. We've got you where we need you. That's good, but you're not doing the right thing. You need to come down from this 40,000 foot dissociated career left brain masculine side and come back to your heart. Come back to your coaching and the mentoring that you've done for decades. Use us to help transform lives. Don't be talking to investors about when they're getting their freaking Lamborghinis. That's not the point. And so I basically came out of that journey with these 3 pillars, which were to provide loving guidance, to share evidence-based knowledge, and to build supportive communities. And it was clear as day that that was my directive. I had no idea how I was going to fulfill on that. But again, I worked with my therapist, I worked with my guides and teachers, and realized that what it really meant for me was leaving my career, stepping away from my career and diving into being trained, being mentored, apprenticing, learning everything I can, having my own experiences, and then sharing that with other people. And I've been doing that for the past half dozen years now, in many, many different forms.
Wow. Wow.
Yes.
So when you say they talk to you, because I actually get it in words, I hear words. When you say they talk to you, what do you mean? How is the communication in your world?
That's such a good question. I think for me, it's just a real intuitive the words or hear the words. It's just an intuitive knowing. We're talking about microdosing, where the shifts and the transformations are very subtle. One of the things that I found for myself and I see with my clients repeatedly is this ability to tune more into intuition. Our intuition rises, our inner knowing comes to the surface, and we're more connected to it, and we actually listen to it. And we tune into those gut instincts and those, when you feel it in your bones, when you feel it in your waters. The microdosing allows for that and allows us to process that and act on it. So I think that's kind of the way that the mushrooms talk to me, is through this intuitive knowing.
Nice. Nice. Wow. So you started from the what do you call it? Would be the left side hemisphere. You started with the left side hemisphere running hot. You modified and brought up the emotional hemisphere, and the loving hemisphere brought the other one down.
Yeah. coming into balance.
And then you found your position, right? Where you were within the mushrooms, and you had to make a scary leap. Leaving your job had to be a scary leap.
Yeah, it was a huge leap. It was something I had to talk about with my family first. And it came with a lot of realizations, like just how much ego I had wrapped up in that position, in the title, in the career. And identity. So like stepping away from my financial stability and financial surplus, really. I mean, if you kind of were looking at my life from the outside in at that point, I would say it looks pretty good on all fronts. I could tip the success boxes of society. But the biggest thing for me is this internal angst that I was experiencing. Like even within my career, for example, I was experiencing anxiety in things that previously had just really fired my passion and brought me a lot of excitement. I was like, why do I have this icky, yicky feeling? I had never really experienced anxiety like that before. And I had things going on in my personal life. There were just various parts of my life, such as my career, where it was illuminated to me that I'm not living in alignment. And so this career change became one of the things that I needed to do, my integration of, okay, mushrooms have illuminated for me where I am not in integrity. And that is the root cause of these feelings I'm having. Now it's integration. Now, what am I going to do with that insight? What am I going to do to actually make this experience transformative? And for me, yeah, it entailed a really scary leap, and passing it by my family. Hey, mom's going to do this thing that's a little different than I've been doing, and like maybe some of our lifestyle is going to shift a little bit, and some of that financial security might not be there. But it's kind of funny because some people, when they hear my story, they just get freaked out and they're like, oh my God, does this mean I'm going to like quit my job or leave my husband or have these huge drastic changes? And I have to be like, no, it doesn't mean that. In my case, in my situation, with my intention, with my experience, that's what it meant. But you will need to do something from your journey, because the journey is going to give you the insights, the wisdom, the knowledge, the knowings. But yes, what you do with that is what's going to make it transformative, not the experience itself. So
yes, you can gather all the knowings, but if you don't act on them, they'll just create more anxiety.
Yeah, exactly. And you'll just go back to the same life. And like, what's the point? You have something cool to talk about at the good dinner conversation about this trippy experience you had, but what's the point?
So how did you go about making that transformation?
Well, I walked into the CEO of my publicly traded company and I told him that I had some news for him, that the mushrooms told me I needed to quit. And when you're talking to the CEO of a psychedelics company, what's he going to say? Like, no. So luckily I left that position very well supported and in good relation with the company. And then the therapist that I was working with actually was super helpful for me, because he had more faith in me, in my leap of faith, than I did. Like, who am I to be pivoting and supporting other people in this realm? Like, I'm not a therapist, and I'm not super experienced in here, and I don't have like certifications and training, and like I can't do this. But because he believed in me, he believed in the message from the mushrooms, he kind of took me under his wing and nurtured me and allowed me to apprentice with him, in a sense. So there was that element. And then there was me like soaking up every training I could get my hands on, and then continuing my own exploration as well. And then tippy-toeing into when I felt ready, when my mentors felt I was ready, tiptoeing into that, just sharing it with my friends, my colleagues, people. It was like I started out working in groups, and groups are a big part of the work that I do. Groups of women. So highly driven, type A, career oriented, ticking the outward boxes of success, feeling like shit on the inside, but not talking about it women. And who were going through perimenopause or menopause. Like that was it. This has helped me so much. I want to share what I've learned to help you too. So I just started running these groups, and like very transparently, you know, like I'm really new at this. I'm just sharing what I know. Let's see if it helps you too. And it did. And so just started by building on that. And then and just working with the mushrooms at first. And, you know, throughout the years, I've been, for about 5 years, I've been supporting people in their deep dive journeys as well, preparation and integration, both individuals and in groups. I build communities. So I have the Flourish Academy community. I had Sisters in Psychedelics, Vancouver Women in Psychedelics. So just diving into those. And I work now predominantly with mushrooms and 5-MeO DMT.
Nice.
Amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing. I resonated with a lot of what you've been saying. I was in a career working for my dad's companies, actually, I was doing book work, and I tripped across psychedelics as a medicine. I ran off and did iboga, and much like you, 5-MeO was what popped up and spoke to me and said, you're doing the wrong thing. And so I went for training. I went for training in Mexico, and in the middle of the training, my father fired me because he saw what, the same as you had that support from your therapist, that, that was, and you gained that strength and that ability. My father saw what I could do. And he just, he said, you're done, go do that. And, and it's scary. It's scary to take that leap, but my dad kind of, he kind of went, phew, and so here I am. So I kind of resonate with that a lot. And it's, I'm now slowly trying to build up things here on the East Coast, and the East Coast is way different than the West Coast when it comes to this stuff. Everybody is very much wearing the blinders down here. And it's not that they want to, but fear plays a big, huge, massive part.
Absolutely. And I think for those of us who know the power and the value of these medicines, I think it is really, it's our responsibility to share our stories in order to help reduce the stigma and bring in like evidence-based knowledge. And some of that evidence right now is only through anecdotal stories. So we need to share those as much as we need to share the clinical research until the clinical research can catch up. And still, even then, because it's our hearts that change, that make the shifts in society. It's our hearts. It's sharing our hearts and our stories, really. Like the data is great, and it's our stories that really move the dial.
Yeah, I'm another person that has to gather all of the data and understand it and watch how the energy flows according to the data, and it helps calm my own particular brain. But doing the journeys, that's the magic. That really is. Microdosing has been massive. I know you're really big with the microdosing community as well, and as am I. And for me, it completely changed my life, everything about it. And then diving into what nootropics, what herbs you can combine to get the responses you want. If you need lots of pathway healing, there's herbs and adaptogens you can put in to focus on that. If you need the calming, there's stuff you can put in to do that. So just the things you can add with the mushroom itself, because in the form of the microdosing, the mushroom compresses the amygdala generation, so you don't dive into depression as heavy, you don't dive into manic as heavy. It compresses the emotional aspect down. but the fact that it opens up thousands of new pathways for every pathway that's already running, giving that ability to move data in such a flow that it's not so much about thinking, it's just about understanding, and understanding comes through. They've absolutely changed my life, and because of that, I also have a little company that myself and my partner John have a company in microdosing that have been changing lives. It's amazing. It's amazing the stories we get back in return.
Yeah.
For what we offer out.
I'm sure it is. And, one thing that I've really noticed, Steve, like I've worked with a lot of different microdose suppliers. Of course, particularly with the organizations I run, I get offered a lot to, here, try this one for promotion. And what I have noticed is it makes so much difference, the intention with which the microdose is grown and harvested and packaged and everything.
Yes.
Like the energetic intention from dot one makes all the difference.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody that lays hands on that medicine needs to have a loving intention.
Yeah.
They and it's, it can change everything. You have one person, even just that even if it's just that courier, that can change that medicine. It's it's huge.
Absolutely. And like it for those who don't know that, it sounds a little bit woo-woo, like, oh sure, like the person who touched it, the energy or whatever. But I'm sure for you guys and for me as well, I have seen and experienced and know the difference that it makes. It's not shit that we can make up. It's real.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, when I started my microdosing journey, I guess it's been about 5 years now, 6 years maybe, and I'm lucid with time. I have no concept, but there wasn't a lot. James Fadiman had his stuff out, but trying to find stuff was a little bit tough. I'm sure you're in around that time frame, so you must know that as well. It's tough to get a lot of data. So for me, I did a lot of the Reddit blogs of the the science guys that are in there and what they've been using, because I understood that the mushrooms for PTSD, I was using them for my PTSD, and the mushrooms would give me the calm, but the healing wasn't fast enough for me. So that's where I went down. What adaptogens, things like alpha GPC, magnesium L-threonate, L-theanine, just you get into that aspect of things, the things that can help with the healing, as well as you got to make sure you have the lion's mane in there for, the brain, the nerve endings and stuff. And it's beautiful now to see how many people are actually speaking not just about the mushrooms, but about the adaptogens and the herbs that combine. The plants all talk, they heal, they fix the gut up, they fix the brain up. It's such a beautiful thing. What has been your experience through combining with adaptogens and nootropics and stuff?
Yeah, such
and I'm gonna interrupt there only because this is a great time to go for a break, and then we can get the answer to that question when we get back.
Tune for a message from our sponsor,
PaceRadio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment. We're here with Dana Harvey from Flourish Academy and Group.ca. And I can't believe how much you do. It's amazing.
Psychedelic Revelations podcast. There you go.
Yes. Oh, hang on. Let me get that one up. Ready?
There you go. On cue. Absolutely.
Actually, we'll just let that one run. Okay, so before the commercial break, I was asking about what you found regarding mixing adaptogens and nootropics, et cetera, into the microdosing.
Yeah, such a good question. So I think my whole philosophy around microdosing is that, mushrooms, we're talking about mushrooms predominantly here. Mushrooms are one element. They're an ally. They're a friend to support us in our growth and our healing. And they play really well in the sandbox, not just with other adaptogens and nootropics, but I just think that effective microdosing is stacking. So yes, stacking with these additional supplements and stacking with your own habits, habit changes, things you can bring into your life. Like everything I look at is like, okay, here's our little friend that's going to help us. Now, how are we going to help our friend to help us? We're going to help our friend by making sure that our nutrition is supported. We're going to help our friend to help us by making sure we get enough sleep. We're going to help our friend by adding in lion's mane or ashwagandha, whatever, just depending on what we are working on, what our intention is. And we're going to add in supportive practices, whether that's going for a walk every day or spending time in meditation or taking yourself to a sound bath, like what our friends, the mushrooms, they're going to work with us at the extent and the strength that we are prepared to work with them. So what are we going to bring in? So stacking of nootropics and adaptogens is a really great way to support the mushrooms to work with us. And for me, what I found is it can be very personal as to, what is your intention and your lifestyle. How can we make those the best situation for the mushrooms? And then there's some that are just kind of standards that are easy to stack with, depending for most people, like lion's mane and niacin, the Stamets stack. I also find like really nice for almost everybody is ashwagandha. Love that.
Yeah. with their Brahmi, or what do they call Bacopa monari seems to be another one that's in a lot of them as well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I find again, like whatever we can do to support the mushrooms so that they can support us, we are going to get better results.
That's a great way to look at it. What can we do to support them supporting us?
Yeah.
Because then for people that don't like to help themselves, you're helping them help you.
Well, exactly. And it steers us away. If we look at it that way, it steers us away from the pharmaceutical model that, we're going to pop this pill in the morning, we're going to get on with our day. We don't have to do anything. The healing's going to be done to us or for us. That's not the way it works. We're going to do the healing together. We're going to do the healing. And so, it changes the mindset when we think of these mushrooms as just our friends who are supporting us. But if we want them to work with us, we need to tell them how we want them to work with us. So we need a really strong intention. And we need to say, hey, I also, I'm not going to just lean entirely on you. I want to get better. So I'm prepared to do this, that, or the other thing. And can you help me to do that and to implement it and to stick with it and to have consistency? And so it just changes the mindset, particularly if you're taking your microdose in a capsule. It can be really tricky for people to get beyond that pharmaceutical or merely a supplement mindset and to come more into relationship. Like we want to be in relationship with the mushrooms. So, yeah.
Yes, I would have to agree. I would say that over time, I've definitely developed a relationship, not just because a lot of times people say relationship with the mushroom and they picture the mushroom, eating the mushroom, but that includes the microdoses.
Yeah.
That includes the relationship with the softer, smaller. For a lot of people with PTSD, they don't hear soft and subtle. They hear loud. Their whole life has been loud. So for me, a lot so that it's working, because as I was taking them and going forward, I wasn't noticing differences. But at the end of a month, when I stood and looked back, it's like, oh, no anxiety, no panic attack, no. Oh, look how nicely they're working. Okay, just keep going forward and trusting that they're doing what the science says they do.
Yeah.
And then over time, I've just found the healing in it. And it's like, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's the beauty of microdosing is its subtlety and its softness. It's also the challenge of microdosing because when you're microdosing for transformation, not just taking a microdose because you don't want to have a glass of wine, but if you're microdosing for the purpose of transformation, I totally forget where I was going with that. It's the beauty is that soft and subtle, but also the challenge because so many people, we're just programmed to expect to feel something. I want something to happen on the day that I take my microdose so that I know it's working. But to actually just sit back and trust and maybe track and journal and notice the shifts, that's a challenge, and particularly I find when I'm working with people who have substance use issues, particularly have kind of the mores, I want more. I don't know it's working, so just learning to sit back and sit in that beauty. And so many times it's not even us that notices. I don't know if you've found this for yourselves, but it's your colleagues or your children or someone in your life that's saying hey, Dad, you're pretty calm these days. What's going on with you? Or I was listening to an interview, I think it was just yesterday, with Ayette Walden, who wrote A Really Good Day, which is a great book about microdosing. She microdoses LSD. And she said that she wasn't noticing the shifts. But then her teen daughter said to her one day, what is wrong with you, Mom? You're so cool and calm these days. Are you on acid or something? She said, I just about spit my breakfast out all over the table because obviously I hadn't told my kids that I was taking LSD on a daily basis. But it's those other people in our lives who might notice the shifts even before we do.
Yes. Yes. I have to agree. I've had that happen. And I've had that happen with some people that I worked with as well, where, after microdosing for a month, they were brought into HR and asked, what are you doing? Everything's different and you're way more calm. What, they want to know what changed.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's weird because I've also found that a lot of people want to feel it.
Yeah.
So when they want to, I'm just going to ask, because this is basically what I do is I go, okay, do it till you feel it. Do that for a few days and then back off. You already know it. So then back off and let the micro be a micro. Because if you're feeling it, it's not really a micro.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a good way to approach it, I think, particularly because we do run up against this challenge of people wanting to feel it and not believing that it's working if they don't feel it, right? But what I often give the analogy of yoga. So, you might decide to go to a yoga class one day and maybe you're feeling kind of down, crappy, whatever. You come out of that yoga class and you're like, oh my God, I feel so good. I got a little sweat on. I got my endorphins going. I'm a little bit more flexible. Like everyone should do yoga. And I'm going to do yoga again too. Maybe like in a couple of weeks, I'm going to do another class, whatever, So that's like taking a microdose. When people take what is generally kind of slightly more than a typical microdose and they feel something and it's great and it's wonderful. But if you were embarking on yoga because you wanted to benefit from the long-term benefits, you wanted a stronger body or a leaner body or easier access to mindfulness, then you wouldn't be, just taking a yoga class here and there. You would embrace a yoga practice. You'd have some days that you practice, some days that you rest. You'd probably work with a teacher or a guide, maybe in community, and you would start to, over time, subtly notice, my body is stronger. I'm more flexible. I'm leaner. So that is, to me, the difference between taking a microdose. And I think there is nothing wrong with taking a microdose, particularly if you are honest and you say a medium dose or a museum dose or a microdose, whatever, and the practice of microdosing for transformation. And that is the area where I coach people in is, okay, you have a transformation you want to make in your life. This is going to take you doing some work, meeting the mushroom, developing a relationship, and taking it as a practice. And over time, we're going to notice these shifts that you're looking for in your life.
And this is a perfect time to direct to this.
Yes.
So why don't you tell us about the Flourish Academy?
Yes. So the Flourish Academy is my organization where I offer a variety of different services and offers. In addition to being a psychedelics and microdosing facilitator and educator and community builder, I am also a certified sound healer and sound ceremonialist. So I very often combine these practices together at live events throughout Vancouver and virtual events coming soon, where we do combine microdosing or meditative doses in some cases. For example, we do have an event in Vancouver coming up this Friday that offers a meditative dose of 5-MeO-DMT. And we'll be meeting in community, doing a cord cutting ceremony, and then integrating that with a sound journey, a healing sound journey. So lots of public events. I also offer individual and group microdosing coaching support programs. I have clients all around the world, Bulgaria, Romania, UK, France, Australia. Which is great because we sometimes forget that we're in this bubble here in Vancouver where it seems like it's legal and everybody does it. So to be able to kind of spread the message and the good news of the mushrooms internationally feels great. And then I support large dose journeys of psilocybin and 5-MeO-DMT as well. And that's both in individual and in group journeys. One of the things that really, really excites me is the work that I do with another organization that's called Gathering Groups. And we offer, it's a 12-week program to prepare 8 weeks of preparing for a large dose mushroom retreat, and then 4 weeks of integrating in small groups. So we meet online for 8 weeks, and then we meet in person for 3 days. And then we meet online again for 4 weeks. And we have people, our retreat space is just outside of Vancouver. But again, we have people from all around the world joining us for the online 12 weeks and then flying in for the weekend. But one of the reasons I think that's so exciting is the emphasis that we put on preparation and 8 full weeks. We hear so much about integration in this space, not realizing that preparation is already the start of integration. And preparation is what's going to allow the mushrooms to work with you, calm your nervous system down, give it fertile ground. So our program has been recognized by Health Canada. We're working with Health Canada on 2 Health Canada endorsed clinical trials right now. So one is for first responders who suffer from treatment-resistant depression. And the other one is a large-scale clinical trial that, for like the first time in history, focuses on well people. You do not need any clinical diagnosis. In fact, it may preclude you. This is for people who just want to explore themselves or feel better, but we're not working on this clinical diagnosis side. So that's very exciting. And I just finished this weekend facilitating a retreat with them that had a full film crew at it. We have a group of 12 therapists who agreed to be filmed from the very beginning of the 12 weeks right through to the end, so that we can create a documentary and again share the stories, because that's what it's going to take to move the dial at this point in time. So yeah.
It's a beautiful thing watching people come out and wanting to share their stories, you know, in a space that it's kind of, I gotta say, it was scary for me to come out and be public on stuff. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it still is like, I don't know, when people ask me what I do, it's always like this, who are you? Why are you asking this situation? You know, how far am I going to go? Is it going to be like, oh yeah, I'm a coach, I'm an executive coach, or are we going to go there? You know?
I stick with holistic. I work with holistic medicine, so people will, depending on what they're comfortable with, that's where they go with it. And I kind of like that. If you know, if it doesn't seem like, if I feel like somebody's going to be like, you know, shocked and shaken at a psychedelic facilitator, I just tell them I host a podcast and leave it at that. And yeah.
Tell them to check it out, then come back and talk to me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Well, I'm blown away with how much you can actually make happen. Oh, we should put this one up here, because this one is just, if people want to find you, they can go to there, right? That's a direct.
Yeah, absolutely. And I list everything on there, all my services, plus all my upcoming events and my podcast. It's a live podcast that's hosted on what's it called? The Clubhouse app. That used to be all the rage during COVID. It's like an old school phone-in talk radio style. So I have a community of, I think, over 4,000 on that app. And so we bring in leading experts from around the world every Friday morning from 9 till 10:30 and interview them. But it's like a community conversation. So the community can ask their questions, share their stories too. And then we rebroadcast those on the service of well-tillers, supportive communities. So I've been doing that for years. We used to do 3 shows a week. Now we're down to 1 because I just can't sustain it.
I can't even imagine 3 shows a week.
Yeah, it was a lot. I mean, I have a team of facilitators that work with me and take over hosting and stuff, but still it was a lot. But tons and tons of great episodes on that, on the podcast now with all our replays. We have hundreds of episodes on every medicine under the sun and every diagnosis under the sun, and like microdosing and macrodosing and above ground and below ground and the science. And yeah, it's worth checking out too.
Oh, this is, I actually didn't know you had that. So I'll be hitting this one because I'm a, play the Spotify while I'm driving around kind of guy.
Yeah, and come and join us live if you happen to be available on Friday mornings. Like that app, you can just put it on in the background like a radio, or you can actually, if something happens and you're like, oh, wait, I have something to say on that, you can just put your hand up and join the conversation. So it's pretty neat.
That app is called Clubhouse.
The app is Clubhouse. Yeah, so you get it on your phone, on iPhone or Android.
Cool. I'll be picking that up.
Awesome. I'll be happy to see you there.
You'll see me in there waving. Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me.
My hands up.
I'm probably going to be recommending a few people to a couple of your programs as well. I've had some people reaching out to me, and I have a feeling you're just a little more better well suited for what they're looking for as well. So I've got a couple people.
And I'm heading out the end of June. I'm going to be out in Vancouver for a couple of months. So I'm planning on attending some of your events that I noticed that you put on. So we'll get a chance to meet, and I'll get a chance to sit in your space holding and be part of it.
Oh, I'd be so honored. Thank you so much.
Wow, I never even thought of that. And I'm down here.
I know.
Go up to some of your events.
Come out this Friday. It's gonna be excellent ceremony. I got someone flying out from Toronto for it.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
So we do these ceremonies once a month. I used to do them with Vancouver Women in Psychedelics, but it just found like all the men were coming and saying, well, when do we get a ceremony? When do we get a ceremony? So now we're opening those up, but I do Sunday sound sessions every Sunday night, and then my full ceremonies once a month.
Wow. Well, you probably won't get rid of me now.
And here's a cool one that's coming up is we're doing equine therapy with sound therapy and plant medicine. So there's a farm out in Maple Ridge here called River Haven Farms, and we're just planning the dates for that now. We've had kind of some practice trial runs to see how the horses work around the sound and stuff like that. So I think that is going to be beautiful with the horse.
I can't picture what you mean. Can you deliver it to me so I can see it? I don't get what you mean.
Well, equine therapy is a way of working with horses that doesn't involve getting on them and riding them at all. It involves being in their presence. And horses are so attuned to human emotion and human needs that they are pretty much able to sense where there may be imbalance in you and help to kind of co-regulate you just from their own innate knowing. And of course, equine therapy isn't where my specialty is. I'm partnering with someone on that. But whenever she and I talk, it's like we're talking about the same thing, but she just replaces plant medicine with horses. And it's like the same kind of healing that can happen.
So you're going to try and combine the sound healing with the, well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we'll have an evening outside in the field there, with the horses just be like, we'll just sit in chairs or on the ground, and the horses will just be allowed to free roam around us while we do some sound healing through a sound journey, probably enhanced with some plant medicine, and just kind of see where the horses gravitate to and what kind of balance they bring to you as a person in this holistic healing modality. So
wow.
You are going to absolutely love doing that. There's a company down here. That's what they are. They have a farm. They have horses. They are a therapy farm. So they hold sound therapy, cacao ceremonies, which is just kind of new, but they've done the sound therapy and they've done the equine therapy for a long time now. And it is extremely popular, and they hold all kinds of retreats. And I see it being so beautiful for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm super excited about it. Yeah. We held a retreat with this farm a couple of years ago. We did a trial retreat. It was an overnight one. And we took about 8 women up in helicopters to the local mountains to set intentions. And we came back. We had one day that was plant medicine and one day that was horse equine therapy. And we brought in yoga and breath work and stuff. But this is the first actually combining the horses and the plant and the sound together. So yeah, it'll be beautiful.
Wow.
And we're doing them in June and July, Cindy. So you might be here with us.
Well, I will be here in July. Yes. So
All right.
count me in.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow is right. That's a big wow one. I think that you're gonna help a lot of people find their tools with the retreat.
Look at you. That face alone is going to heal hearts.
He's my baby.
It's gonna steal hearts too. Yeah.
A whole lot of puppy love would work in that type of therapy too. Wow.
Ooh, what it really would.
That's
Yeah, what? They do goat yoga. Can't imagine why they couldn't do puppy sound baths and puppy plant healing.
well, I took my old dog, the Mika that passed away last year. I took her to, she came out to the sanctuary and she was out there for a few mushroom journeys with us. She was out there for some 5-MeO and Bufo journeys. And I have to say, it was amazing watching people in because it was a group setup. And you would see people starting to go into a struggle, and then they would just hold her and pat her, and you would just see all of the struggle go away, and they'd go back to their place and they'd be smiling. It was just so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, we have 2 dogs at the retreat center for gathering groups, and they're journey dogs. Like every weekend, they're sitting in journey with people, and it's just amazing to watch the healing that they bring innately too. Like we always do like a lot of consent beforehand, consent about touch and consent about the dogs too, like, are you okay? There's going to be dogs. Is that going to be an issue for you? Are you okay with them being around you? And, if there's allergies, we have to obviously not have them there. But for the most part, we usually have on average one person that's like, yeah, no dogs, like don't want the dogs, right? You know where the dogs go? Right there, right there.
Person.
To the person who said no. And so a lot of times we're like doing, as the facilitators, we're doing deep dives as we see the dog going there. We're like, like try and pull it away. But we don't always make it. And sometimes the dog ends up there. And I tell you, like 100% of the time when the dog actually makes it to the person who said no, then we try to, we're like, oh, so sorry, take the dog away. They're like, no.
Yeah.
It's just the right thing that they need at just the right time. It's amazing.
Yeah, the dogs are pretty intuitive. They've I've had them help me on a lot of my journeys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wow.
Yeah.
And horses too. Horses are brilliant. They really are. They're a very smart animal. They're a brilliant animal, and they're very intuitive. And yeah, that's not an area I would have thought of. That's pretty cool.
Well, River Haven Farms is helping a lot of people already. They work with a lot of children. They work with the local school district. They work with prison guards. They do a lot of work with prison guards, people who have trauma from their jobs as first responders. So just to be able to marry that together with, the beauty and the healing and the work that we've seen with the plant medicines and sound healing, it's just, really exciting to share that with everybody.
Wow.
Yep.
That's sorry, I'm just visualizing it all. It's like the mind's wandering off. It's like, wow, that's an incredible, because I know there's recovery places that use horses and animals on the farm and really help to show people that there's something else in life to pay attention to and to put energy and invest that shares back with you. And it always seems to come from a loving position.
Mm-hmm.
So you see a lot of people that, within my life, I know a lot of people in the addictions community, and a lot of them, that's part of where they find their way back to being okay in the current realities without the substances.
Yeah.
Through those critters that actually know how to give unconditional love.
Unconditional love. There's the word. Yes.
That's probably been my biggest struggle, is to learn how to love unconditionally.
Yeah.
Because through our lives, through our traumas, through everything else. Everything slaps conditions on, and then we slap all our own conditions on top of that.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
letting them go, I gotta say, my last dog, Mika, she taught me more about unconditional love than any being on the planet. It's been massive in learning and understanding what it is.
Yeah.
Achieving being able to be it and deliver it, that's a whole different ball game. But at least I'm understanding and working towards it. And the mushrooms sure help.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing this. Are we like at time?
Yeah, I'm pointing for Steve's benefit. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were raving. Oh,
No.
okay. So I guess we have to ask if there's any last things you'd like to say to anybody. Great to stay.
Yeah, I just feel that I really want to be instrumental in breaking down the stigma around these plant medicines, because the healing is so profound and undeniable. We've seen it not just through science and data, but through all the stories. And the biggest barrier that we have right now is still the stigma from the 1960s that we're still working to break down. And so I'm just so happy to share my offers, my services, my words, like whatever I can to be part of the solution for our planet, the solution for our mental health, for our presence, for unconditional love. So anything that I offer resonates with anyone listening, just reach out. You can just schedule a discovery call for free on my website and go from there.
Wicked.
Amazing. And like I said, I'm coming out the end of June. I'm driving out from Nova Scotia. Once I get there, I'm going to take a look at what you're offering that I can get to. I'm definitely going to come to something. And then after that, and if Steve hasn't been to a sound bath by then, I'll be down to a couple of somethings because I'll bring him with me. And then to have you back on and talk about our experiences with you, I think would be phenomenal. It would be fun for the three of us, and I think it would be educational for anybody that watches. It'll give them a little bit more insight to what you do, hearing it from us as your participants.
Yeah, I'd love that. Yeah, I welcome you both. Love to have you.
Thank you very much for being here. And I'll probably see you Friday.
Yay! I love that.
I may even have a couple people to drag along to it. But
amazing.
I guess it's time to run our ad. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody for being here on the show. Thank you to Pace Radio for letting us have the podcast. Run the ads. Bye.
Much love.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. To put it simply, Leave is staunchly anti-cannabis. She's linked cannabis to use to suicide and has been quoted as saying, "It's an insult to refer to the plant as medical."
Wow.
Yeah.
Lev said that people who believed in rescheduling cannabis, including some of the medical community, are drinking the same Kool-Aid again, according to Marijuana Moment. She has also reposted countless social media posts claiming that cannabis is a public health crisis and that the medical studies are misleading. Somebody needs to stand up and sue this woman.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. I don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. On the program today, we are focused on the roots of medical cannabis reform. A lot of people are unaware that the medical cannabis movement goes all the way back to the late 1950s, early 1960s, especially when you're talking about this pioneer in the field of medical cannabis research, Dr. Lester Grinspoon. And I also have the opportunity to have Al Byrne today as our joint host. Al and Dr. Grinspoon are old friends, and that way I thought Dr. Grinspoon would feel at home, and the audience would benefit from Al's background and knowledge of Dr. Grinspoon to get a handful of excellent questions so that we would be able to learn more about this remarkable man.
This is Al Byrne. So just for the listening audience, Dr. Grinspoon is an icon here in the United States, not only for his medical cannabis knowledge and how he has passed it on to literally millions of us, but also for his leadership. It is a pleasure to have you here, sir. And I was wondering then, sir, if you could give the audience just a short background of your, how you get into medicine and why, and what brought you into the medical cannabis arena, if you would, sir.
Well, I was always interested in medicine as long as I can remember, and I went to medical school, Harvard Medical School, with the idea of becoming a surgeon. An idea I soon abandoned. When I graduated from medical school, I did a residency in psychiatry. And during that time, I was involved in anti-Vietnam War activities very early, in 1966. And it was then that I met Sagan. He and I became very close friends. And we met because we were involved in the anti-Vietnam War movement, and that then flourished into a very close, lifelong relationship.
Okay, you're referring to Carl Sagan, are you not, sir? And could you just tell folks in general who Mr. Sagan was? Again, we have an international audience, and
Right. Carl Sagan was an astronomer who taught at Cornell now, but he was also explaining science. Right. The point is, as we got closer, I became privy to the fact that he smoked marijuana. Now, I had never seen a marijuana joint before, let alone anybody who used them. And I was astonished, and I would say to him, Carl, you ought to give this up because it's very harmful. And he would take the joint from his mouth and hold it toward me and say, Lester, try it. You'll find it's harmless. And as I met more people in his circle, none of them unsophisticated, I would say almost all of them smoked marijuana. I began to question my assumptions. Where did I get the understanding that it was so harmful? Now, mind you, this was long before drug-free America and so forth. And it was clear that my understanding came from the U.S. government. I decided to go into the library to really try to find the medical and scientific basis from this dastardly prohibition, which in 1967, when I got started on this in earnest, was responsible for 300,000 arrests every year. It peaked in 2011 with almost 900,000. That's 89% from mere possession. Most of these arrestees were young. If it didn't involve some harsh punishment like prison, it certainly messed up the careers of these people. I had an epiphany in the library as I came to understand that I had been 180 degrees wrong about marijuana, that it was indeed among the safest drugs that we know of. Nobody has ever died from a marijuana overdose or any other facet of marijuana. And so I then ultimately published a piece in Scientific American, which attracted a lot of attention. 3 publishers came to my office. I had no intention of writing a book, but I finally decided to do a book with Harvard University Press, and that book was It was the first of my books on marijuana. Marijuana Reconsidered was published in 1971. And I became more and more interested in it and became what is known in academic circles as a marijuana activist. And I have been that since the 70s.
Doctor, I wonder, did you have any question about whether it would be harmful to the id and the ego?
To the id and the ego. Well, I had no question that it was not harmful to the id or the ego. It might induce, the reason people use it recreationally is because they seek the slight alteration in consciousness that it provides, and it is in fact, I think it's probably the best of the so-called recreational drugs. It doesn't leave a hangover. It is not toxic, and it's a catalyst of sociability. So I think for all these reasons, it's accepted as a recreational drug. Now, I soon came to understand that there was a second to this, and that is medicine. And the second book I did on this is called Marijuana, the Forbidden Medicine. And that came out in 93. There was a second edition. That was Yale University Press. Second edition in 97. And that clearly established it as a remarkable medicine, which is very much underused for legal reasons, and also because allopathic medicine is the name of the medicine which describes modern Western medicine. Allopathic medicine has pretty much ignored it. I should also say that I thought, after I started using it myself, something I didn't do while I was writing the book, and I was, once I finished Marijuana Reconsidered, it was, I was asked to testify at many hearings in the Congress and around the country and court cases, and I correctly anticipated this while I made the decision that I was going to use it eventually, but I didn't want to use it because I was afraid that the people asking questions would ask, "Doctor, have you ever used marijuana?" And I wanted to be able to answer truthfully, no. And so, because I was afraid if I had used it and had to answer yes, it might be seen as something that could be used to undermine my testimony.
Yeah, Doctor. But Doctor, I was wondering if you could tell us when you graduated from medical school and how much education about medical cannabis or the endocannabinoid system you received in medical school.
All right. Well, I graduated from medical school in 1955. Medical school, the word cannabis or marijuana was never mentioned. Or at least if it was, I must have been asleep at the switch. None of my classmates knew anything about it either. So the medical education about cannabis was non-existent then. As for the endocannabinoid system, it hadn't been invented. I went to medical school from 1951 to 55. The endocannabinoid system didn't begin to take shape until the 1990s with the discovery of neurotransmitters and the receptors.
As you were working your way out of med school into the clinical world and doing your own research, you found that cannabis had several uses, not just one or two, one being recreational, two being medical, but you found a third use. Is that not right?
Yes, after I started to use it myself when I was 44 years old, I soon discovered what my friend Carl Sagan had made evident to me and a few other people, that it is also something which, not for casual, not for people who just take it once a week as a social thing, but people who, and only do it for a few years, but people who get more experience with it have the possibility of learning that it can enhance a variety of human capacities. For example, some of them come for free. When you get high on cannabis, a ordinary meal will seem like a culinary delight. It enhances the sense of taste and appetite. It also, for anybody who's had experience with cannabis, will know without any effort that it enhances the sexual experience. So I was just going to say that my third category of usefulness is enhancement of a variety of human capacity.
You had quite a reputation, sir, at Harvard University in Boston. So you're surprising me a little bit, but Harvard's pretty conservative, and you were doing well there. But I know, and I would like you to tell our listeners, please, that you ran into a little trouble there, didn't you?
Yes. The book Marijuana Reconsidered came out in '71, as I said, and it was actually my second book. My first book was on schizophrenia. The second one was Marijuana Reconsidered. And a couple of years after that, I was told by my chief, Dr. Jack Ewald, that he was putting me up for early promotion to full professorship. That, of course, was very exciting to me. And to make a long story short, about a month or two later, he came back he was on the promotions committee. He came back, called me to his office, and I saw in his face that something had gone wrong. And he said, they turned you down. And I said, they did. I was surprised. And he said, yes, they turned you down. I asked him why. And he said to me that, well, they liked your other work. I had published about 75 papers by that time. And they loved the book on schizophrenia, but they hated Marijuana Reconsidered. And I said, they hated it? He said, yes. I asked him why, and he said, they thought it was too controversial. And I said, my goodness, what? Not exactly those words. Aren't we in the academy? What do they think of the scholarship? What does the fact that it's controversial have to do with it? And he held up his hands and said, hey, I'm just the messenger. I'm just the messenger. And that was the end of that conversation, except as I was leaving his office, he said, they asked me to ask you what you're planning to do in the future. And I, just off the top of my head, said, well, I'm an intellectual will-o'-the-wisp, and I can't answer that. That wasn't quite true, because I'd already begun on the amphetamine book, which was also published by Harvard University Press, and it was the basis of Senator Gaylord Nelson's holding hearings on amphetamines in the Senate, and those hearings were ultimately responsible for the regulations that compelled physicians and other people to be more sanguine about using amphetamines. You have no idea how frequently they were used up until the mid-70s. About 21 years later, in 1995 or 96, after I had just announced that I was going to become emeritus in 2000, that's like retiring, and that may have stimulated some. I didn't know anything about this. Some people on the promotions committee apparently decided after more than 20 years that they should reconsider whether I should get the full professorship. And then I heard, not directly from them, via the grapevine, that it had been passed. And it was up to my chief to sign off on it. He signed off, but the super chief at Harvard, who resided at another hospital and who had trouble with, apparently, with my book on psychedelics and a few other things, he refused to sign it, and after about 7 months said that, or after a couple of months, in the first of the year, he told my chief he was going to wait for the new dean to come to Harvard Medical School. And that was off on July 1st. And that was months and months later, because he felt the new dean should co-sign it as though I were promoting Darwinism, and you know, he felt creationism should be represented. At any rate, the new dean joined him without even knowing me, not even calling me, not asking me over to his office, and not even informing me. I heard via my chief that he had vetoed, the two of them had vetoed my promotion. Well, I gave a lecture recently at Harvard Medical School. They haven't asked me to do that for all this time, but they had to have someone who would present the opposing view. And I can tell you I wrote about that paper called Harvard, Marijuana, and Me, which you saw. You know, the two older people in that big audience got up and gave little diatribes about how ill-informed I was about marijuana, whereas the younger people were very enthusiastic about the lecture. You know, it made me think what I've thought many times before, that it won't be until after my generation dies out that allopathic medicine will, including what, you know, as it's taught in medical schools, will get rid of its very antediluvian views of cannabis. There's also a kind of systemic problem because, in medical school, we learn about the principles of pharmacology, including psychopharmacology, but you don't learn much about all the individual drugs that are out there, and certainly not the ones that come along after you're out of medicine. That you get from journals and from drug advertising. The journal papers on drugs are usually financed by the pharmaceutical industry. So without the pharmaceutical industry being involved in this, and they can't be involved, they can try to develop analogs of cannabinoids that might be useful. Some of them already have, like Marinol has some use, but not much. The doctors are used to getting their clues about new pharmaceuticals from the medical journals, which pass it on from the pharmaceutical industry. And without that, I think it's difficult to make a dent.
The government tries to sell us synthetic cannabis, one particular compound, THC, called Marinol. Now other people are coming up with CBD oil. Now, those products to me are inferior. I think you agree with me. Could you explain why we're right?
Yes. I was excited when someone from the FDA I know called me I think it was 1985 and said, Dr. Grinspoon, you can stop pushing marijuana as a medicine because the U.S. government is supporting a small drug company in the development of a synthetic tetrahydrocannabinol. Now, what they came up with was called the proprietary name is Marinol, and it's the same 21 carbon molecule, the THC, that you get naturally from the plant. And they put it on the market, and I began to I was very excited about it at first, but then as I got feedback from people who used it, I did not come across a single patient who, when I asked them how was it, patient who had used plant marijuana, smoked marijuana, or ingested the natural marijuana, and it also used Marinol, they said it's not nearly as good as whole natural marijuana. And that puzzled me, as it did many people, because we were naively believed at that time that the therapeutic as well as the recreational properties of cannabis resided in tetrahydrocannabinol. Well, to skip ahead now, we know that that's wrong. Let me just tell you where we are with that now. We've now rediscovered or discovered another cannabinoid called cannabidiol, CBD. And this cannabinoid existed by the time we discovered how useful it was medically. The percentage had shrunk in the marijuana plants, that strains that had been developed for high THC, because in the 60s, starting in the 60s, there was so much demand for the kind of marijuana that would get one high. The growers in the Netherlands, in Western Canada, BC particularly, and Northern California were all trying to develop strains which would have very high THC levels. And they've not now gotten up to strains. Well, for example, one of the highest is the one that's named after me, Dr. Grinspoon, in Europe, and it's 25% THC. We were used in the 60s, maybe 3, 4, 5%. And, up until recent years, strains that were maybe up to 15%. But now they're way up there. Now, the problem has been that as the THC goes up, the CBD, the cannabidiol, goes down. We now know that the best medicine is a mixture of THC, cannabidiol, and a phytochemical from the plant called a group called the terpenes. This is what I call the ensemble, the necessary ensemble for medical use. The part that is most important is the ratio. You've got to have terpenes, this ensemble. But what is manipulable, and it's very important, is the ratio of THC to CBD. If you take a drug which has a high ratio, that is CBD is much higher than THC, let's say something like, for example, the stuff that is used in Dravet syndrome. These are little children who have multiple, almost continuous epileptic fits. That was first discovered with a strain that was something like 20 parts of CBD to 3 parts of THC. And nowadays, we know that if you have something which is that high in CBD and that low in THC, it's a great medicine, but it's not what you want to use to get high. If you want to get high, the ratio has to be reversed. It doesn't have to be 20 to 3, but you have to use something which is high in THC and low in CBD. If you try to use a CBD level ensemble and then want to get high, you will find it much more difficult.
Doctor, 2 questions. If I could get 2 questions in here to help me and everybody understand. If someone is a recreational user and they have a high level of THC, modern times, I don't know, pick a number, 20% THC, it's not necessarily going to harm them. What I would say an experienced recreational smoker would simply take less of that product in order to get where they wanted to go. That would be my first question. Did I make that assumption correctly?
That's absolutely right. You see, especially if one smokes it, the effect comes on so rapidly. This is the first instance where one can titrate the dose, because when I tell a new patient who doesn't know just what that ratio is, I'll say, look, take 1 puff and just wait a minute or 2. The joint or whatever it is, your pipe, whatever will go out, that's okay. Light it again, a couple of minutes later, take another joint. And do that until either you begin to feel that the nausea you're trying to treat is receding, or you're starting to get anxious, in which case, in either case, you stop. And that's how I teach people to use it, particularly in strains where they have no idea how much THC there is, let alone how much the CBD there is.
That goes to my second question for the folks listening. This ratio, THC, CBD, terpenes, but I'm asking the question, but I am assuming, sir, that you are saying that the medicine should be made from whole plant material, that no compounds should be left out, and they shouldn't be synthetic. Am I correct?
You're absolutely correct. I think that smoked marijuana, and there's no harm to smoking marijuana. That we don't even have to talk about, to the lungs. Absolutely none. But if you don't like smoking, we live in an anti-smoking culture. You can use what's called a vaporizer, which will separate out the cannabinoids from the plant, and you won't inhale any products from burning a plant. The important point is that only the smoking the bud or eating the bud will guarantee that you get the terpenes. With the oils, maybe somebody will come out with an oil that tells you exactly what's in it. But so far, I say that the ultimate medicine here is from the bud. And I think for the time being, smoking either with or without a vaporizer is the best way to use it as a medicine or for anything else. Because even if you don't know the potency, if you're smart, you'll titrate it. So you get to know roughly how many puffs of this grass you should use to get the desired effect. people don't want to get higher than they want to get. They know where they want to get, and this is the way to do it. Similarly, as a medicine, people know when the nausea goes away or the pain goes away or whatever it is they're using it for medically, and they are the best judges of those. And I think it's great that people can, doctors give you pills, but, they don't know whether they're right on target or below target or above target. With most of it, there's enough of a leeway in terms of the ratio of, or the amount that it would take to achieve toxicity. They err on the side of giving you more than you need, but not to the point where it's toxic.
What's your take on the use of cannabis for post-traumatic stress?
I think it is the best medicinal choice for people who suffer from PTSD. It's no accident that lots of the young men who went to Vietnam came back having discovered cannabis. It should be used routinely, but I've seen enough of these people to know they should be allowed to use this. It's a great medicine for PTSD. There are many myths about marijuana. One of them was the amotivational syndrome, and that is just what you call it, a myth. For example, I go back to my personal experience here because it's the best. Carl Sagan, he was the hardest working man I've ever met. I mean, he was always working. He carried around a little tape recorder to record things that he wanted to write and so forth when he got ideas. And he was a user of cannabis, and he felt it was helpful to him. So I just don't. Cannabis can be used by people who are averse to work or can't figure out what it is they want to do with their lives. And without this kind of motivation, they sit around and they smoke grass. And people have in the past, at any rate, seen the grass as responsible for their hanging out ways. But it's not.
Doctor, again, thank you for your time, and we'll talk to you again, sir.
Dr. Grinspoon, it has been an honor. And Al, as always, it has been a joy to have you as a joint host here on the big broadcast. And I want to thank you for tuning in out there. Please share us with your friends. And remember, the next time you hear me, you'll know that it's time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help! Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space, no stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session. Welcome to the High Vibes.
Of High Vibes with Dr. High. For joining me. I appreciate it. If you're here, check it out. Tonight will be an interesting night. We'll have lots of new music that hasn't been heard before. So hopefully you're going to enjoy it all. We're going to have a theme kind of tonight. I was speaking with somebody the other week who was a veteran and was talking about the difficulty of accessing cannabis in the U.S. as a veteran through the VA. And as far as I'm concerned, I believe that veterans are a group that could be extremely well served from the inclusion of cannabis therapy in their treatment from the results of trauma suffered from going into a war zone or being in battle or serving in the military. You know, it's an integral thing that these guys have, put their lives on the line to protect others, to help serve Canada, the United States, whatever the case may be. And the harms that come from that service need to somehow be mitigated at the other end, if possible. And cannabis is a real viable option for this. So as I got to thinking about it, I decided that I wanted to try and create some music that was designed to show that veterans can have great outcomes from the inclusion of cannabis. The stories that they would have, their journeys, hopefully it's going to resonate with the veteran community. It's somebody we should be advocating for, that group. Canada's pretty good about it. I believe last year they compensated or reimbursed somewhere around 21,000 veterans to the tune of around $167 million. So bravo, Canada. It's a step in the right direction for sure. But, you know, there are many others that could benefit from this in countries around the world. And this is going to be some stories of veterans. So let's get right into it. And we're going to start with a little song that I'm sure a lot of veterans in the United States would be familiar with it. And it's called Doc Said Pills. Let's go.
Doc said pills will fix me. Said the tremble go away. Xannies in the morning, Oxy just to make it through the day. But the lights got dimmer and my smile got fake. Felt like I was drifting in a body I didn't make. Doc said pills, but they stole my mind. Left me empty, just killing time. Popping scripts that made me bleed. What I needed was a goddamn weed. Not a bottle, just a leaf to breathe. Doc said pills, but I said please. I missed my kid's birthday. Didn't even feel the shame. Just a fog wrapped around my shoulders and a number with no name. Started thinking I might fade, leave the world real slow, until I lit one from a friend and felt my heartbeat glow. Doc said pills, but they stole my mind. Left me hollow, left me blind. The side effects felt worse than war. Numbed my soul down to the core, but that flower lit a different road. Now I breathe and I carry the load. Don't get me wrong, I still got days, still got ghosts that don't behave. But I'd rather roll a joint and feel than live like I'm not even real. That green gave me more than meds ever could. Hell, even Dr. High understood. Doc said pills, but I said no. Found my peace in the seeds I grow. No more bottles, no more chains, just a little green to ease the pain. They tried to cure me with control, but I saved my damn soul. Yeah, Doc said pills, but I took a toke and healed instead.
So there it is. Doc said pills. I'm sure there are a lot of veterans that would tell that same story, especially in the U.S. And it's not the way to go. I mean, if there's a natural way to help alleviate the symptoms of the scars that we don't see inside these people, and the scars we can see too, why wouldn't we look at that route first, right? Medication should be a last resort if there's a natural option, especially one that has really never killed anybody and is detrimental to only a small segment of society. So it should be the first treatment option. And then from there, we look at pharmaceuticals. But anyway, so next song is called Trigger Discipline. And trigger discipline is about control, about patience, about waiting for that exact right moment to move forward and pull. And this is something that's bred into soldiers. So when they come home, you know, they're disciplined people. And to be able to turn to cannabis as a way to relax out of that discipline and begin to feel normal again, get back to the state they were in before their service, or to the most peaceful state possible anyway. So cannabis is a blessing to this community, and it should be accessible to all. Anyway, here we go. Trigger discipline. Enjoy.
Train to breathe slow, move fast. Trigger finger, never asked. Back home, no command, still twitching with a shaky hand. Startled by the silence, shadow in the fridge light. Now I light green fire and reclaim my fight. Trigger discipline in my lungs. Pulled from war, now I run. Smoke's my safety, fire's fun. I'm locked in, but I'm not done. Trigger reset, hit the drum. I blaze peace, I don't play dumb.
Red eyes in the mirror, but I see me. Scars don't lie, but they free me. I ain't docile, I ain't weak. I'm the calm you wish you could keep. Toke like tactics, roll like grounds. Every leaf is sacred ground. Doctor high on the sleeve I own. Every puff like taking the throne.
Trigger discipline in my lungs. Pulled from war, now I run. Smoke's my shield, not my gun. I roll calm, I blade sun. Trigger reset, battle's won. This time I choose how it's done. Quick breathe, light it, hold. I'm not broken, I'm bold. Every flame a front line, every toke is mine. They train me to fight, now I fight to feel. Trigger locked and it's real.
Trigger discipline, yeah, I'm lit. Target piece, I don't miss. No commands, just cannabis. I survive, now I persist. Trigger reset, this is it. I don't pull back, I commit. Click, breathe, light, hold. I'm not broken, I'm bold. Every flame a front line, every toke is mine. They train me to fight, now I fight to feel. Trigger locked and it's real.
Trigger discipline, yeah, I'm lit. Target piece, I don't miss. No commands, just cannabis. I survive, now I persist. Trigger reset, this is it. I don't pull back, I commit.
All right. That was Trigger Discipline. Love that song. Think it's awesome. If you like any of this Dr. High music, you can find me on YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, Amazon, every major streaming platform. There's now more than 60 songs available. You can create them in a playlist. You can add them to your own playlists. You know, you can have some fun with it. There's videos at Dr. High Music. Dr. High is 2 separate words, and Doctor is spelled with a K. So if you want to check out any more of this, check it out. I think you'll love a lot of it. Okay, so let's get on to something away from veterans for a moment. This is one of the first songs I released. It's called Couch Lock Chronicles. It's all about smoking a heavy indica and not being able to move afterwards. Let's get into it. Couch Lock Chronicles.
What if fish don't know their way? 1 hit, 2 hits, now I'm leaning back. Feet up, head high, eyes fade to black. TV's on, but I ain't really watching. Stuck in my head, deep thoughts keep knocking. What if trees got dreams? What if stars got names? What if gravity's just playing a game? Phone's in my hand, but I forgot. Why on my mind? Oh, what we talking about? Couch lock, zoned out, minds on the move. Somebody call NASA, I'll be back soon. Deep thoughts, real lost, don't know what to do. I swear I just blinked, but 3 hours flew. Somebody roll me out, man, I can't feel my lips. Deep froze, but I ain't pressed pause. Yo, what if dogs think we the pets in charge? If time's a construct, can I break the rules? Why does food taste better when you break it in two? I just ordered some pizza, I think, but I forgot. Did I get something to drink? Phone buzzing. Wait, who texted me? Oh, never mind. That's just my anxiety. Can't move, can't think, I'm in too deep. Brain got questions, got no receipts. Lost in space, lost in time. Pass that joint, rewind my mind. Wait, what if we're all just NPCs? Brain got questions, got no receipts. Lost in space, lost in time. Pass that joint, rewind my mind. Wait, what if we're all just NPCs? Somebody call NASA, I'll be back soon. Deep thoughts, real lost, don't know what to do. I swear I just blinked, but 3 hours flew. What if my thoughts ain't even my own? What if my cat's got a mic on my phone? What if reality's just a game? I think I need another flame. Brain got questions, got no receipts. Lost in space, lost in time. Pass that joint, rewind my mind. Wait, what if we're all just NPCs? Let somebody call NASA, I'll be back soon. Deep thoughts, real lost, don't know what to do. Cause I swear I just blinked, but 3 hours flew. Somebody roll me out, man, I can't feel my lips.
For a while, there's been an increase in the number of women serving in the military. It's a great option, great place to go for training. It's a good job. You know, we definitely appreciate the dedication and the service. to our countries, but they are now becoming part of groups of veterans who have seen battle and been in war zones and experienced trauma in just as many ways as men have. So this next song, it's called Garden of Relief, and it's from a female veteran's perspective, how cannabis helps deal with the traumas of war. Garden of Relief.
I used to pace between four walls. Now I walk barefoot through rows. Sun on my skin, dirt in my hands, where something broken finally grows. No more countdowns in my chest. No more screaming in my sleep. Just the hum of leaves around me, and the stillness I get to keep. This is my garden of relief, where I lay down my grief. Inhale peace from the vine, exhale ghosts I leave behind. Everybody quiet belief. This is my garden of relief. Used to wear armor in my dreams, still flinch when I hear a slam. But these plants don't ask me questions, they just open when I am. I've buried too many memories, but I water them with care. And somehow in the silence, they don't haunt me there. This is my garden of relief, where I stitch back every piece. The war still whispers, but it fades when I'm lost in chlorophyll shades. Every breath a quiet belief. This is my garden of relief. I read it in a Dr. Hyde post. Grow something and watch yourself grow. So I planted more than seeds. I planted my will to believe. And each morning when the light hits green, I feel a woman I've never been. This is my garden of relief. It don't judge, it just breathes. The roots run deep like pain, but the blooms don't wear the shame. I'm alive, I'm soft, I'm brave. In my garden of relief. Yeah, this is mine, and I'm growing fine.
So that was Garden of Relief, everybody. Hope you liked it. All right, so let's get into something a little different now. And for this next song, we all know that nature is a great way to reground yourself. Get out into the woods, go for a hike, go for a canoe, find a secluded lake someplace in the mountains, wherever you are. It's a great way to kind of recharge. And it's oh so much more enjoyable if you've brought your bag of weed with you. You know, great to smoke a joint out in the woods, so calm and peaceful and beautiful. And this next song is kind of a take on that. It's called Owl Smoke. Let's get into it.
Laid out my blanket in a ring of stone. Lit the joint slow, I was not alone. The owl blinked once from the pine's old grip, and the smoke curled up like an ancient script.
No phone, no noise, just breath and flame, and the stars above whispering my name.
This is owl smoke, moonlight breath, cannabis communion, beyond regret, wrapped in my doctor hide. Candles glow, I see what I was not meant to know. Inhale the truth, exhale the show.
Each puff a page, each blink a gate. I saw my mother's face in the fire shade, felt the ache of years unwind as the trees hummed low to the rhythm of mine. I'm not lost, I'm seen by air, and the owl still watches, still doesn't care.
Owl smoke, sacred blend, a love with no beginning, no end. I wore my Dr. High candle like a veil, burned my name into the trail, and left my shadow there to pale. Weed isn't just for the lungs, it's for the soul that's been running too long, for the wounds no words can dress, for the questions too sacred to confess.
I'll smoke my midnight spell, took me through the trees and back from hell, high but grounded, lost but found. My roots lit deep and sacred confound,
And the Dr. High candle burned without sound.
the night listens if you let it.
Oh, you guys caught me. There I am with my gas gang. I'm indoors. I hate living in an apartment. Can't smoke joints inside. Got to go outside. But what are you going to do? You got to be courteous. That's all there is to it. All right. So that was Owl Smoke. We're going to jump right back into our veteran theme music. This one is pretty good. I really like it. It's called A VA Don't Know.
Just to hear a robot lie. They said, you're on a wait list, soldier, but I've been dying since July. They hand out pills like medals, stamp my name and move along. But none of them ever called when my nightmares came on strong. The VA don't know what it's like to shake in your skin, to pray the sun don't rise again, to fake a smile just to blend. They don't know what it means to bend and break and still Tried to tell him about the weed, said it helped me get to sleep. But they called it non-compliant, like I'm trying to score for cheap. They don't see the shattered glass or the brothers we can't save. They just see a file and a checkbox, not the war we still replay. The VA don't know how a blood feels like a prayer, how a puff cuts through despair, how the green smoke fills the air with something close to care. They don't know, they weren't there. They fund the pills, deny the plants, leave us wounded in a trance. But I found truth in what I wrote, the only thing that made me whole. I wear my Dr. High tee with pride. It's more therapy than they ever tried. The VA don't know, but I sure as hell do. Cannabis saved more lives than they knew. No more scripts, no more shame, just the spark that calls my name. They don't know, they don't know, but I do. Tried to tell him about the weed, said it helped me get to sleep. But they called it non-compliant, like I'm trying to score for cheap. They don't see the shattered glass or the brothers we can't save. They just see a file and a checkbox, not the war we still replay. The VA don't know how a blood feels like a prayer, how a puff cuts through despair, how that green smoke fills the air with something close to care. They don't know, they weren't there. They don't know, but I do.
They said I came back whole, but I knew I left in shards. Smiling at the dinner table while I'm bleeding in the dark. They gave me therapy and sermons, said you gotta let it go. But I found my voice in a cloud they'll never know. I found high ground in the haze and flame, where the noise goes quiet and I feel my name. Not just a vet, not just pain. I'm fire, I'm breath, I'm born again. I found high ground and I'm staying. Yeah, I'm staying. I used to crumble at the trigger of a child scream in the night. Now I sit beneath my window with a spliff and softer fight. I don't owe them explanations for how I rise each day. I just roll it like a mission and blaze my own damn way. I found high ground in the haze and flame, where the static dies and I own my name. Not just a vet, not just pain. I'm smoking so I broke the chain. I found high ground and I'm staying. They said you're strong, but never saw the shakes. Said you're lucky, but I drowned in breaks. Now I light up like defiance in my Dr. High hoodie, smiling. This piece, it's mine and I'm not asking. I found high ground, lit it up and stood where Someone said I could rebuild from what they misunderstood. I'm not their story, I'm my flame. Higher every day, untamed. I found high ground, and I'm staying. Yeah, I'm staying. High ground, and I'm staying.
There we are. So that was VA Don't Know, and it was followed by Higher Ground. Obviously, a song about a female coming home, suffering the consequences of her experience, and finding peace in the use of cannabis. So there we go. Let's switch it up and have a little fun now. I'm sure we've all had moments where we smoked a joint and we've had things to do, but after smoking that joint, we have lost our motivation to get it done. Happens to me from time to time, and I'm sure it happens to all of you too. So here's a fun little number. It's called Half Baked.
I was gonna do it. Woke up, had plans, was finna go grind. Roll one up, now I lost my mind. TV on mute, I've been stuck in a trance. Shorty talking, but I don't understand. Got up too quick, almost hit the flow. Took one more hit, now I ain't moving no more. Phone blowing up, but I ain't text back. I was finna type, but I straight up lagged. Drag move slow, brain on pause, body feel numb. Ain't no rush, I'm taking my time. One more hit, I might see the sun. But for right now, I ain't going outside. I was finna move, but I'm half baked. Shorty hit me up, told her I'm delayed. I was finna grind, but I took a break. Too damn high, now I lost my place. Tried to roll up, but I fell asleep. Woke up hungry, but forgot to eat. Looked at the time, thought it was 4. Shit, that was AM, I ain't even know. Dunked a high hoodie, feeling real comfy. DoorDash hit, forgot my munchies. Too damn baked, can't feel my feet. Shorty keep laughing, said I look like a meme.
I think I was supposed to do something, but I forgot.
Eyes too low, thoughts too deep, got lost in a combo with my own damn seat. Tried to get up, but my legs said nah. Guess I'm chilling here, turn up the I was finna move, but I'm half baked. Shorty hit me up, told her I'm delayed. I was finna grind, but I took a break. Too damn high, now I lost my place. I was finna move, but I'm half baked. Shorty hit me up, told her I'm delayed. I was finna grind, but I took a break. Too damn high, now I lost my place.
Fuck it. I'll do it tomorrow or next week. I don't even know what day it is.
So that was Half Baked. Fun little number, a position I'm sure we've all been in. Okay, next song. No More Nightmares. Cannabis has been shown to have potentially beneficial results for sleep disorders, PTSD, traumatic brain injury, anxiety, depression, many things that these warriors come home suffering from. And, one of the things that occurs many times with people who have PTSD is they have those dreams in their sleep. They have the nightmares where they relive those moments of trauma. And it's very difficult. And some have found that once they begin to use cannabis, they get a deeper, more rested sleep at night. They're able to, avoid the nightmares altogether, or at least begin to process them. So this is a song called No More Nightmares. Let's go.
Used to lie with my eyes wide, body still but worm fried. Flashbacks like landmines, boom, boom, inside. Every creak I'd grab the drawer, didn't care what meds were for. I was locked in a jungle with a mattress on the floor. No more nightmares, smoke took the fight there. Dreams ain't war zones, peace got right here. Inhale deep, boom, it's clear. First real sleep in 14 years. Doc said try this, it'll help. Another pill, another shelf. I was zombie ghost, no soul, but the kush made me whole. First blunt hit, I saw the stars. Felt the ground and healed the shield of scars. Now I roll like I used to clean. Except this chamber brings me peace. Nightmare, smoke took the fight there. Dreams ain't war zones, peace got right here. Inhale deep, boom, it's clear. First real sleep in 14 years. I don't flinch at midnight sounds. No more sweats when the world shuts down. I light it up and breathe in slow. Even wear my Dr. High coat in the cold. It's not a high, it's a shield I grow. One pull and I let it go. No more nightmares. This leaf rewired my fight flares. I ain't numb, I'm redefined. Dreams are soft now, not landmine. No more war inside my mind. Smoke, sleep, realigned. I don't flinch at midnight sounds. No more sweats when the world shuts down. I light it up and breathe in slow. Even wear my Dr. High coat in the cold. It's not a high, it's a shield I grow. One pull and I let it go. No more nightmares. This leaf rewired my fight flares. I ain't numb, I'm redefined. Dreams are soft now, not landmined. No more war inside my mind. Smoke, sleep, realigned. 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 This realigned. 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 Realigned.
And there it was. No more nightmares. Yeah, I mean, veterans in cannabis. It's almost a no-brainer. We really need to advocate for that. group and do our best to get the information out to them and help them advocate for themselves. You know, it's important. All right, so let's get back to having a little bit of fun. We all know people out there that can blow big clouds. They have lung capacity. So that's what we're going to listen to next, about those who are lifers in the cannabis lifestyle. Lung capacity.
This one's for the lifers, not the lightweight. You know who you are. Roll up, light up, stay up. I don't puff for the gram or the likes. I've been burning heavy since the nickel bag nights. OG lungs with that certified pull. No baby hits here, we smoke to get full. Dab so thick, make a grown man cough. If you tapping out early, then you already lost. This the dojo, roll up with the sensei. We don't babysit blunts, not now, not any day. Real smokers, only no cap, no fakes. Backwoods, bong rips, cookies, and cakes. Roll it, spark it, take it to the dome. If you ain't coughing hard, then take your ass home. Yeah. Hit it once, now you seeing different attitudes. Got that Dr. High hoodie smelling like skunk. My socks got Keith crumbs, pockets got funk. Ash on my shirt, ashtray full of ward. It's that smokers club, underground lore. Real smokers, only no cap, no fakes. Backwoods, bong rips, cookies, and cakes. Roll it, spark it, take it to the dome. If you ain't coughing hard, then take your ass home. One hit, two hit, floaties, eyes half masked, but I love that taste. Talking terps, talking resin, talking boom rocks, and I only spark up when I hear that beat. Not real smokers, only no cap, no fakes. If your lungs ain't ready, better pump those brakes. Roll it, spark it, take it to the dawn. If you ain't coughing hard, then take your ass home. This ain't a trend, it's a lifestyle. Keep it loud, keep it lit. Duck the high, out. And I only spark up when I hear that beat now. One hit, two hit, floating in space. Eyes half masked, but I love that taste. Talking terps, talking resin, talking moon rocks. And I only spark up when I hear that beat knock, knock. For real smokers, only no cap, no fakes. If your lungs ain't ready, better pump those brakes. Roll it, spark it, take it to the dome. If you ain't coughing hard, then take your ass home. This ain't a trend, it's a lifestyle. Keep it loud, keep it lit. Duck the high, out.
Well, that was lung capacity. So all you guys that can blow those big clouds, that was for you. Okay, so next song is one that is surely very relatable to many of us. How many times in your life have you been ready to spark up and get your day off to a good start and you can't find your lighter? You can't find it anywhere because those little suckers disappear all the time. I think they find the same place that stray socks go in television remotes. So I don't know. But anyway, this song is called Lost Lighter Blues, and I think it's relatable. Enjoy.
Woke up this morning looking for fire. Had the herb, had the time, had the deep desire. Check my jeans, check the floor, even check behind the bathroom door. Got the lost lighter blues every damn time. I swear it was here, now it's crossing state lines. Could have sparked up twice by now, I suppose, but I'm just pacing in circles and sniffing my clothes. I asked my girl, she said, check your hat. I said, baby, come on, it ain't hiding under that. Pulled the couch apart, checked the sink, found 3 old roaches and a soda, I think. Got the lost lighter blues, it's a sacred curse. I trade my grinder or maybe my purse. A match would do, a spark, a flame. I'd rub 2 sticks together in nature's name. Got the lost lighter blues, it's a sacred curse. I trade my grinder or maybe my purse. A match would do, a spark, a flame. I'd rub 2 sticks together in nature's name. Got the lost lighter blues, it's a sacred curse. I trade my grinder or maybe my purse. A match would do, a spark, a flame. I'd rub 2 sticks together in nature's name. It's in the void that black holes on, where socks and sanity go to roam. Well, I've lost 10 this week, no joke. Swear my lighter's ghosting me mid-toe. Then I sat back down with a loud old sigh. Felt the bump in my pocket, Lord, I damn near cried. There it was, right where it belongs, next to my keys and a crushed ping pong. No more lost lighter blues, not today, my friend. But I know damn well I'll lose it again. So here's to the flick, the flame, the fight, to that one sacred tool that disappears each night. Next time I'm buying 10 and tapping them to my chest.
So, was I right? Was it relatable? Is it an experience that you've had too? I guarantee it is, because I know I have, and I know lots of people have. So, that's a fun little song, though. Nice. All right, so we're down to our last song of the show. Tonight's been about healing with the plant, about finding a better quality of life through including it in your lifestyle. And we'll finish on a mellow note. The song's called Higher Ground. It's a really nice song. And let's go. Last one for tonight.
Started at the bottom, couldn't see past pain. Lit up just to breathe, smoke through the rain. Tears on the tray, prayers in the flame. Whispered my name till it didn't sound the same. But the green grew roots beneath my feet, turned my lows into something sweet. Now I'm climbing higher ground. Took the hit, heard the sound. Where my fears used to live, there's light now. Rolling slow, wearing faith like a crown. Wrapped in my Dr. High, candles glow. I'm spellbound.
chase love like it held the key. Now I dance with smoke and set myself free. Each puff a vow, each exhale a song. Took me years to learn I've been strong all along. They call me lazy, lost and wrong, but we'd help me hold on just long enough to belong.
Now I'm standing on higher ground with a steady hand and a sacred sound. My soul's been rolling and found, burning truth in the leaves I pound. And my doctor high candle lights every room around.
This isn't a phase or a trend to fake. This is the medicine no one could take. I found myself in the glow and ash, in the stillness after the panic crash.
Now I live on higher ground.
No map,
Just heart, no chains, no bounds.
from cracked floors to sacred sound. Lit up the dark now, look who's crowned. And my doctor high candle burns year round.
Well, guys, higher ground. Once again, it's been an awesome evening. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you being here. I hope you enjoyed the music. I do it for the community. I do it for the enjoyment. I get a kick out of making it. I hope you guys get a kick out of listening to it. You can find me at drhigh.com, Dr. High AI Hayes on Etsy, or Dr. High, two separate words, on all major streaming platforms. If you like the music and you want to download some of it or watch it on YouTube, I have more than 20 of these songs set to videos, just like you watched tonight. Kind of perfect to throw in the background if you're having people over. The music will play. If people are bored, they want to look up, they can see something happening on the screen, so might be enjoyable. Anyway, once again, thank you. And we will see you next Thursday night, 9 o'clock, for episode 6. Have a great night, Canna fam. High vibes only. Peace.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only, feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Jump hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.